I would lean more towards just wanting more time.
Yeah, it's what's interesting here too, and this isn't really jumping the gun because we're almost here at the end of the timeline of the cases, and you know now that this would be the 5th victim that was confirmed, or at least strongly believed to be confirmed to be Jack the Ripper. It could be that he became a client of this woman, that he found them, and instead of attacking them as he has attacked the others and then left them in the streets, he might have in his head known this will be my final victim. I'm just extrapolating from what's laid out here.
Mm-hmm.
And said, okay, yeah, let's continue with services. They go back to the room because clearly whoever killed Mary Jane Kelly here would likely have to have been a client, someone that knew her or someone that knew she was asleep and where she lived. And Jack the Ripper might have said, if this is my last victim, let's continue this all the way into the bedroom where I will then initiate this and then escape and then never do this again. I don't know. But yes, this is generally believed by the police to be the final murder of Jack the Ripper.
And never caught.
And never caught. I guess the last thing of note that I wanted to mention here was that she wore only her night clothes and that her other clothes were folded neatly beside her.
Yeah, it seems like there was, I mean, who knows, right? But I mean, probably there seems like there's some trust there.
Yeah, exactly. So that was just my conjecture. If you're to stick with the confidence of the police and the authorities to say these are the only 5, and this is where the Jack the Ripper kind of just officially stops before he gets caught or what have you. It could be, that they wanted to go a little further. I don't know, especially if they're out there eating organs or something like that and getting really, really sinister with it. But that's the end of the timeline, as we will discuss. We're going to talk in the investigation about how the police went about all of this, as well as very lightly talking about some of the 6 other Whitechapel murders that happened that could have been committed by Jack the Ripper. But again, we'll get there and talk about it a little bit more then. Hello, everyone. We're going to settle it down because this is a wild mystery. Trevor Collins here with some things to talk about. Thank you all, by the way, for coming to RTX at Home, the digital conference, the digital convention, if I could think of the word in time. My mouth goes ahead of my brain sometimes. That we do every year is RTX, but this year it was online. You guys came out in droves. We had some new merch come out. We had some panels, the happy hour and everything. So it was really cool. Thank you all for being a part of it. Just wrapped this last weekend. If you want to see any of those VODs, those recorded panels, we'll try to upload those to our YouTube channel. But yeah, a quick reminder for those of you trying to find us on YouTube, if you prefer that location, youtube.com/redwebpod. But with that out of the way, let's talk about a couple of sponsors. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Life is full of stressors. It doesn't matter who you are or what you have. Your life is probably stressful, whether it's job stuff, interpersonal dynamics, or just juggling responsibilities. If your stress level is high and your temper is shorter than usual, you could probably use the chance to unload. BetterHelp is customized online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. It's much more affordable than in-person therapy, and you can start communicating with your therapist in under 48 hours. Unload the stressors and get some unbiased feedback. You'd be pretty surprised at what you might gain from it. See if it's for you. This podcast, again, is sponsored by BetterHelp, and Red Web listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/redweb. Get out your typewriter real quick. That's BETTERHELP.com/redweb. Enter that, let them know we sent you, and see if they can help you in your brain. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by Raycon. Now that it's okay to finally start leaving the house again, you're probably planning on getting out this summer. So my advice to you, take your Raycons with you. Whether you're listening to Red Web, as I know you will be, or simply bumping to some summer jams, a pair of Raycon wireless earbuds will give you crisp, powerful beats at half the price of other premium audio brands. And Raycons come in a range of colors so you can customize it. You got those customizable gel tips for different sized ears. You can make them match your outfits. You can get real extra with it. Raycon sent me a pair of headphones and I actually really do enjoy them. They stay in nice and snug. I got some big old ear holes, so I put those medium to large size gel tips on. And when I'm out on my walks or my runs or whatever I'm doing, they stay in nice and snug with genuinely good audio quality. So consider them if you're in the market, if you're looking for something like this. There you go. Raycon's offering 15% off all of their products for Red Web listeners. And here's what you have to do to get it, okay? Write this down. Go to buyraycon.com/redweb. There, you will get 15% off your entire Raycon purchase. It's such a good deal that you'll maybe want to grab a pair and a spare. It rhymes and it's convenient, especially if you want to give a gift, the gift of beautiful audio to somebody. Maybe they want to listen to Red Web or some nice music, whatever. Get yourself an extra pair. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/redweb. Again, buyraycon, buy.com/redweb. With all of that said, let's dive right back into the mystery. All right, so let's talk about the investigation that followed the unfortunate timeline that we just outlined. So the investigation that followed was led by Frederick Aberline and involved both Scotland Yard as well as the City of London Police. Now, as we mentioned before, in 1888, they didn't have DNA evidence. They didn't even have fingerprinting yet, so the police had to rely on interviews and confessions in order to make their case, which obviously made this much more difficult, as you can imagine.
Damn, I mean, that's just hearsay at this point. Like, how do you believe? How do you, I don't know, man.
Right.
So
it's just a lot of
rough.
trust. And to complicate this, because it's obviously a crime-ridden area, and it was a very popular crime spree because people were writing about Jack the Ripper. I mean, you just have all sorts of characters out there saying whatever they want.
Yeah. Anyone can say anything, and I just don't like, is that really all they had?
That's what they had. And I think what you do is you listen to every single person you can listen to, and you try to verify the stories by meshing them all up. So that's the complicated piece, is you talk to tons and tons of people and then see what is the biggest or most likely through thread, you know? That's why you have things like Occam's razor. You have all these philosophical decision-making techniques.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the police went from house to house investigating Whitechapel residents and interviewed upwards of 2,000 people. So you got a lot of stories.
Damn.
Yeah. As we had mentioned a few times before this point, you know, the Canonical Five were all connected because of the commonalities of each of the scenarios, each of the victims. So I want to talk about some of those commonalities here. I know we outlined a few before, but just for the sake of a succinct investigation, let's talk about some of those. All but the final victim of the Canonical Five were killed very quickly and had mutilations that occurred after death, right?
Mm-hmm.
The first 4 victims' throats were all cut from left to right in a quick succession, basically to stop a scream or stop a yell or to, you know, put them down quickly.
Silence and... Yeah.
Right. But the direction, when you remember Kelly's situation, it was impossible to tell just because of how brutal her condition was, she was found in. It was just a brutal scenario there. In addition to that, all of the victims were killed late at night and during or close to the weekend. So this, coupled with the fact that the murders occurred within the same area, led investigators to believe that Jack the Ripper was local to Whitechapel, which makes a whole lot of sense. Knowing the streets, knowing where to hide, perhaps, knowing how to get away. A lot of the people were found within 30 minutes of apparently meeting their demise. And so, yeah, this person would have to know how to get around. For example, Eddowes was killed after Stride, right? They were about 12 minutes apart, but clearly this person showed a knowledge of the streets, the town, etc., how to get around. And perhaps how to blend in like a normal person, just knowing the attire of the town. I don't know if that's a huge thing. I feel like, you know, you're not going to wear a I'm a murderer shirt on you.
Yeah.
But it certainly wouldn't help if you did. But from this and looking at all the situations, authorities started to believe that, okay, I think Jack the Ripper is acting alone, and from everything that they're seeing, this person must have had a hatred for women, in particular, sex workers, which is, you know, obviously one of the other commonalities we've discussed. And after looking at each of the victims, it was believed that the Ripper had some sort of anatomical knowledge and or a skill with a knife, because of, you know, obviously the condition the bodies were found in. And thus, many surgeons and local butchers were also investigated by the police.
Very smart of them, straightforward.
Right, you got to go to the people that know. And what makes this frustrating, though, is much like many of the key elements of this case, the idea that the Ripper had a deeper understanding of the human anatomy has been disputed over the years. There's a lot of people that have looked at this case, both then and now, who just fundamentally disagree on some of the major trends. You know, we think he might be a doctor or a surgeon. We definitely don't think what that is. You know, it makes it very hard to track it down. And I think that's a product of the time. It's a product of the lack of forensics and whatnot. You know, information can get easily muddied.
Yeah, like technology has advanced for us and the way we look at things and murderers and the thought process is just like so many years and years of progress.
One thing that stands out to me, though, with regard, like, it does make sense. Hey, clearly this person's removing pieces of organs and consistently, and I guess it doesn't look like he's fishing around trying to find something, so he knows what he's going for. Somebody that doesn't know what a kidney looks like, if they just went in and started removing pieces, they might not remove the same organ each time. But in addition to that, regardless, I think it was interesting to note that the fact that the Ripper seemed to laugh at the idea of being called a doctor. You know, in the postscript for the Dear Boss letter, he was like, haha, you think I'm a doctor? That's ridiculous. And that's an interesting note that I will revisit in the suspects list.
Okay.
Because, like I said, many of the suspects are going to be doctor or surgeon centric, and many just aren't because of how people kind of fall with regards to this point.
So we're thinking that you just took it as like a compliment?
I don't know if he thought it was a compliment or if he thought it was like, wow, you guys are so bad at your job, you think I'm a doctor? I barely know what I'm doing. Because, you know, if you're just like Sweeney Todd, and you're like, just because I'm cutting someone open doesn't mean I know what I'm doing.
That's true.
I think it's hilarious that, you know, that especially if they reflect on their own knowledge, maybe that's because clearly they have an ego.
Yeah.
They seem to be rubbing it in a bit. What's interesting, and I didn't know about this part, is that there were witnesses around some of these situations. I didn't think people really saw who it was, but from all the stories, they were able to gather a consistent witness description of who the Jack the Ripper was. And he was described as a pale man standing at about 5'5" to 5'7", and was stocky in his build. He is believed to have been in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, so a young adult. And he wore a dark coat, a hat, and had a mustache, which, of course he did. I'm sure it was all curled up, and he spoke like this, see?
Yeah. So, what was the life expectancy during those times?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like, just at a very cursory glance, you had a good chance of living to your 50s or early 60s.
Oh.
Around this time period. I think, you know, life expectancies during that time period tend to be averaged down because of health in children and survival rates of babies and whatnot. But so, yeah, I mean, you know, young adult, mid-ish age for that time, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, as I mentioned, we have the canonical five, and that's why people think that Jack the Ripper must have stopped after Mary Jane Kelly's death. But I want to talk about the 6 Whitechapel murders just very briefly. I'm going to outline 2 of the cases without diving into details, because I'd be remiss if I didn't cover them. But you'll quickly kind of see why some people don't tend to believe that these follow within the same characteristics of the other ones. So in September 10th of 1889, this is a year later, a woman's torso was discovered on Pinchin Street at 5:15 a.m. Now, the situation is a little bit different when you look at it. There was bruising on the body, which indicates that the woman must have been beaten before death. And some believe that this doesn't fit the Ripper's otherwise very consistent MO, while others do believe that this was the Ripper, yet part of a second killing spree committed by the Ripper known as the Thames Torso Murders. So we're kind of all falling over each other, trying to figure out who's what's and where's. But the fact is, MOs don't tend to shift very often when someone has a very consistent MO. And the fact is, the 5 that we've outlined already happened in a 3-ish month time window, a very tight time window.
Yep.
And these other 6 murders happened over the course of the following years and were a little bit more spread out and different kind of in their nature. And then on February 13th of 1891, we have the final, actually, of these 6 Whitechapel murders. And this was Frances Coles, who was found very shortly after being attacked and was still alive at the time of being found, though unfortunately she did die before help could arrive. She was probably unable to speak, considering her throat had been slashed. But unlike, again, the Jack the Ripper victims that we had before, there were no other mutilations. and this person was found alive, which is, I mean, we've had people who were found very quickly after being attacked, but
Yeah, but they're all dead.
But it would be interesting to know if this person was able to convey any information.
Right. Anything whatsoever. Oh God, it's so long ago that how do you just listen to what people have to say? You know what I mean? Like science isn't at that point.
Yeah. I mean, maybe people were just more honest, you know? Yeah, officer, I did. I mean, I gotta say it. I gotta did it.
Yeah, it was, it was me. I mean, back then, even back then, everyone was saying it was me, apparently.
Apparently. But in addition to this one kind of feeling a little bit like the Jack the Ripper murders, there was a man named James Sadler who had been seen with Coles that night before her death and was later seen that night at 3 a.m. covered in blood. So he seemed like a very obvious candidate for someone who had committed foul play with regards to Francis Coles.
In blood.
Covered in blood. So from this, we then have the investigation. The police are saying, okay, maybe this guy is Jack the Ripper, because if this is a Jack the Ripper kill, this guy seems to be super caught red-handed, red-shirted, red-clothed at 3 a.m.
Just like hearsay, though.
Right. But
oh, I hate that.
The problem here the problem with that theory, I should say, is that James Sadler was not in town during the canonical 5 murders. And so it is very unlikely that James Sadler is Jack the Ripper. Therefore, it is unlikely, because it seems likely that he's the killer here, that these kills are a little bit flimsily attached to Jack the Ripper. That's all I want to say.
Oh, now we don't even know which kills. Oh God!
Right, and that's why I don't want to dive too deeply into the 6.
Yeah, no,
I mean, they're worth hearing about, but that's where the inconsistencies really start to pop out.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's all like the very little that we know is all kind of falling apart.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, what's interesting too, and I want to finish the investigation with this outline here that the FBI created. They made a psychological profile for Jack the Ripper in 1988. So this was 100 years after the events took place back in 1888. And the outline is as follows. White male, mid-20s or early 30s, lived in the area, had an absent father or perhaps none at all, most likely had a job where he could practice destructive behavior, most likely stopped due to either death, arrest, or fear of getting caught, and had a physical defect and experienced anger because of it. And so that's the outline we have, and that kind of helps feed into the suspects that we're going to talk about next.
Okay.
So I guess in recap, we have very little information to go off of. We have some eyewitness accounts of what this person might have looked like, their build. We have a pretty strong psychological profile from the FBI that I think is consistent with the facts at hand. And then we have the idea that this person was either adept with a knife or otherwise knew about the innards of a person.
Mm-hmm. Had some kind of career that allowed destructive behavior.
Destructive behavior, yeah. And clearly had some sort of, I don't know if target's the right word, but definitely had a characteristic of person that they were after. In this case, sex worker and female. So that's more or less everything that we can go off of. Obviously, we're not the ones outlining the suspects. We're just delivering to you all what investigators have talked about. And in this particular case, I'm going to present them actually in an order that feels like they get stronger as we go. Okay. I'd be remiss with dropping any of these off. I have my own personal inclinations, and so do many others, but they all have very interesting facts surrounding them, and that's why I want to discuss each of them. But I think it does get stronger as we go through. But we're going to start with, and this is also to mention, there are hundreds of suspects regarding Jack the Ripper and who could have done it. And so these are just 4 or 5 of the strongest suspects that have been discussed.
See, that's my thing about the whole FBI psychological profile thing. It just seems like there were killings and there's nothing that's really solid to stand on or kind of go by.
Yeah.
And then 100 years later, it's like, all right, here's this psychological profile. It's like, we barely know like what went down or who. We didn't really have any strong leads. Like,
right.
And all of a sudden, like,
you're like, ooh, this guy like Cheerios in the morning.
Yeah. And I'm just like, what? How? What? And we're just, all right. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Man.
listen, it is a skill to be able to label someone to a T and really figure out the inner workings of the mind. I think, given the limited knowledge, that this does seem like a pretty strong profile. That said, it does feel vague.
Yeah. It's just, man. Yeah,
Flimsy,
I don't
right?
know. Well, with our whole discussion, just doesn't feel like we have much or anything or even know what was him, what wasn't. And then all of a
Right.
sudden it's like, here's this profile.
I will be genuinely shocked, truly, if we ever find out who actually was behind this. Just given the surrounding circumstances, it feels like it might be just impossible, that the variables to solve the equation might not exist anymore.
Oh, I completely agree.
Yeah. And that's, I think, what's so challenging about this. But I mean, fascinating case. Some very interesting things are going to come out here in the suspects. So let's talk about a Whitechapel resident by the name of Aaron Kosminski, who was one of 3 people suspected of being Jack the Ripper by Sir Melvin Macnaghten, who was an assistant commissioner of the London Metropolitan Police. For what it's worth, Macnaghten worked on the case from 1889 to 1891, which does cover the time frame of the 6 additional Whitechapel murders. So it's going to be interesting to hear more about this guy. So let's break down Kosminski. He was known to hate women and sex workers, so we have that checked off. And he looked similar to how some of the witnesses described the Ripper, another box checked. Now, here is why I really wanted to start with this guy. He's one of the more recent suspects to come into the spotlight, and there are a lot of people arguing about it, but let's outline it. An odd but interesting note with regards to this guy is that there was a book in 2014 entitled Naming Jack the Ripper by Russell Edwards. The author claims that Kosminski had a shawl that had belonged to Eddowes, one of the canonical 5 victims. This shawl has since been tested and shows DNA matching descendants of both of those 2 individuals, meaning that Kosminski had some form of direct ties to Eddowes. So let me break it down a little bit more.
Okay.
Both Eddowes and Kosminski had sisters who then now have living descendants to this day. So that's how we were able to test the bloodline. The shawl that Kosminski had purchased had blood and semen on it that were both tested and had mitochondrial DNA results with 99.2% matching both descendant lines, meaning the blood and semen off of this shawl were from both parties, meaning that we have an intimate tie between a victim and this person. That doesn't mean that they're the Ripper, but it does, put them a little closer to the case. It certainly attaches them a little bit more.
I think it's very fascinating just how, we're just looking at stuff that happened so far back, but technology has advanced to the point where we could start piecing some things together.
That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some discussions before on the show of people who got caught way later just because technology advanced far enough for them to get caught with what little we had.
Technology is so wild. It just makes me think, this is obviously like 140-ish years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But like, what's going to happen in 140 years from now? That they'll maybe like, you and I are living our lives doing this podcast or whatever, and then soon we'll be gone. Not soon, hopefully, but eventually we'll be gone. And people will be able to look back with a strong level of insight potentially on your and I's daily life just because of whatever tech exists then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes things wild.
I mean, if there's like a huge kind of like breakthrough, some type of technology that really helps and pinpoint stuff down, who knows, we could be gone and there's coverage of what our show and essentially another show that just goes, hey, this is the information they had back then, well, this is how it changed now. You know what I mean?
Man,
like imagine the layers of that.
I'm gonna stamp this for the records. If you're in the future and you're using us as your sources, we're very humbled, but also get some help.
Yeah, just go out there and get some help. You know what I mean? Damn, they're looking back like, wow, they really thought it this way. Boy, were they wrong.
Some weird game of telephone. Yeah, I don't know. Like I've always, and I'm going to super digress for a second because I'm just going to geek out. But I've always thought, you think of three dimensions, and then you think of the space-time fabric, and then you think, is the fourth dimension some form of time? Is that what we experience as time?
Yeah.
What if in the future we have time travel, not in the sense of I went back and I watched JFK get popped from the grassy knoll? What if instead it's you don't physically go back, but you can look back along the fourth dimension, meaning you could watch the past through a lens of some sort. Wouldn't that be wild? Some sort of
would be too much power.
Too much power. It'd be some sort of weird Minority Report business going on.
Yep. And then at the end, they're just like, yeah, they had a faulty system, but they didn't come out with it because they're just like, oh no, we've locked away way too many people off of this system. And
I'm sorry, ma'am, we're gonna have to take your newborn. Why? He becomes Jack the Ripper. Oh no!
Like that's some like very sci-fi, very much a little bit Minority Report. But could you imagine just like tomorrow, someone I don't know, FBI or some task force. Oh my God, maybe our own task force from the future.
Maybe they're out there.
I don't need. Could you imagine our own task force from the future? Like you guys went off the deep end in the future, and we're locking you up now for your future crimes. Hi, my mind would be blown. I'd be like, "There's no way. There's no
task
way.
force gonna rule the world."
Oh my God, what have we started?
I don't know.
That's
a beast of its own now. It's in their hands.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's diving deep into sci-fi.
That's the day that true crime dies, though, right? When you can peep back and just be like, yeah, I've seen Jack the Ripper rip a guy's jawbone off before. I've seen it. You know who it is. There's no mystery anymore.
Dude, I would just think that the news would fire off and rattle off names and pictures of people like Anti-Cheat does with like Rainbow Six Siege, which is an FPS game. Because with Siege uses it's called Battle Eye. So whenever someone gets banned, it publicly says on everyone's game like such and such was banned. Could you imagine if we had that Minority Report thing? You would just have someone on the news just going like this person, and that person, and this person, and that person. A channel
dedicated to just straight up debunking all mysteries. They just like in 2 words go boom, boom.
Yeah, the list
boom.
of people would be freed. I don't know, man. That'd just be pure chaos.
Be chaos, but I mean, at the end of the day, as much as I like a mystery, it's also good to solve them when they're a crime like this. But let's get back into Kosminski here a little bit, because there are some wrinkles in that theory, right? Mm-hmm. The theory has received a lot of criticism for a couple reasons, but namely because it wasn't peer reviewed, which I think is important. But the biggest issue with regards to this was that there is no evidence that we're aware of that the shawl was found at the scene of a crime. And so yes, the shawl has some sort of DNA evidence attaching these two people, but is it just because they knew each other? Is it circumstantial? I don't know. It's not proven to be part of this crime spree, so it doesn't necessarily attach this identity to Jack the Ripper. But in addition to that, now continuing to build on the wrinkle, is that mitochondrial DNA. I'm going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about for a second. So DNA tests use nuclear DNA. Mitochondrial DNA is a little bit different, but it does have a higher likelihood of getting a false match. And so that is what was used here, which does leave you open to some error. In addition to that, we have the inventor of the DNA fingerprinting, Professor Sir Alec Jeffreys, who also pointed out that in the book, the DNA from Eddowes' descendants contained a supposed rare mutation entitled 314.1C. Now, this apparently was actually an error. I don't know if it was an error in the print or an error on the forensics and science side, but they actually meant 315.1C, so a little bit different. And it turns out that particular mutation is present in 99% of people of European descent, which I don't know if that's what they were hanging their hat on, that they had that. I'm not exactly sure, but I think all that really does say is that it really opens the window for that 99.2% match confidence to be shaken a little bit, to be not as confident.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew there was gonna be something.
Mm-hmm. And this information was again published in 2019. And this was posted about the match with the DNA between Kosminski and Eddowes. And this was published in the Journal of Forensic Sciences. However, again, it was disputed. So, it is possible that Kosminski was Jack the Ripper. He also matched the FBI profile in a number of ways. But the current evidence is not strong enough to definitely say that it's Jack the Ripper, or even confidently say, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can't pin on that.
Mm-hmm. But with that said, let's move on to another suspect. We have Montague John Druitt, who was a barrister in Blackheath, London, and was the son of a surgeon. Sir Macnaghten also proposed him as one of his three main suspects. And after losing his job in November of 1888, Druitt ended his life at about 40 years old. Macnaghten theorized that this is why the Ripper murders ended, because this was right after that 2 or 3 month run. Those 5 murders that happened just before that. And if those are the ones we definitely say are Jack the Ripper,
right,
and the others aren't, it would stand to reason, hey, maybe this is why, because this suspect killed themselves right afterward.
Well, that would be a guaranteed way to get away with it.
That's true. But in addition to that interesting timing at hand, there are a couple other elements that do build an interesting case regarding Druitt. So, one, Druitt's mother suffered from mental illness, and it was theorized that perhaps Montague John Druitt here also did, and that might have contributed to the situation at hand. It's possible that Druitt had an interest in surgery and maybe even had some form of anatomical knowledge as a result of that, and as a result of his father's career as a surgeon. And Macnaghten also claimed that even Druitt's family believed that he was, quote, sexually insane, and could have been the Ripper. And so from all of this, it seems like he is a possible suspect, right?
Sexually insane.
Sexually insane. I don't know exactly what that would mean.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming it would be what Jack the Ripper is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Man, the only thing is just
sexually insane.
There's just a lot of, I don't know. It's just a lot. You just gotta, God, it sucks. You just have to listen to what people are saying.
Exactly.
You gotta hear them out, and then, try and figure it out from there. There's really nothing that kind of helps here.
Right. One last piece here regarding Druitt. His physical description was a little different than that of eyewitnesses. While his height might have been similar, he was more slender, yet he seems to fit the FBI profile in several ways, which is interesting. But as we always like to do, we like to address the wrinkles in the theory. So Druitt lived close enough to walk to Whitechapel, but not necessarily close enough that if he were to commit a crime, get blood on his clothes or whatever, to get back home unnoticed. It would be quite the lengthy walk to go entirely unnoticed. And so that would definitely raise some flags and bring some attention towards him if it was him. And then we also have the leading investigator, who we talked about earlier in the episode, Frederick Aberline. This guy claimed that the only real evidence against Druitt was simply the timing of his death. And if that's really all you have to go off of, sure, it's coincidental, but that's all you got. And you can't convict somebody over just that.
Yeah, then that's why you will never be able to convict somebody. It's just a lot of oh, hey, this person said this. All right.
Right. Yeah, someone said something, then there was some funky timing. So, sorry, pal.
Yeah, and that's about it.
But speaking of Frederick Aberline, I want to talk about his lead suspect, who was actually a serial killer who went by the name of George Chapman. And that's who we're going to talk about. His real name, however, was Severin Kosovsky. Chapman had multiple mistresses and had killed 3 of them by poisoning, all after the Ripper murders took place. And he was actually known to hate women. Chapman studied to be a surgeon and worked as a nurse before he left Poland for London. He stayed in Whitechapel for a couple of months, and his arrival and departure coincide very well with Nichols's and Kelly's deaths, which would be the first and final victims, respectively. So his arrival and departure in town coincided with the start and end of the canonical 5.
Ooh.
That's tough. I'm sure there's a lot of people that have that alone, but then to have this guy knowingly have a dislike for women and to then go on and kill 3 other women by poisoning later on, not a good look. Certainly.
But do killers usually change their
Exactly. That's a great point.
their style?
Right. I saw exactly where you're going with it. That is one of the biggest issues with this suspect, is that the MO, the modus operandi of how a killer goes about doing their thing, they can change.
It can, but
It tends to be very unlikely. It's not impossible, but historically it's been very unlikely that happens. A couple other things, though, with regard to this suspect. He did match the witness descriptions of the Ripper, and Chapman became a Ripper suspect after the death of his 3rd mistress. When police found out that she had been poisoned, they figured out, boom, there's something malicious going on. Obviously, you're not usually accidentally poisoned. Then they figured out, okay, there's a pattern here with this guy. His first wife actually claimed that he kept a knife under his pillow with plans to cut off her head and bury her.
What?
Yeah. So this, coupled with the fact that he studied as a surgeon, convinced Aberline, who again was the lead investigator of this case, that he could have been the Ripper. But that comes to the wrinkles where we talk about the MO changing pretty drastically. And he also didn't live as close to the murders as other suspects, which is a pretty big piece of this case. With not much else to go off of, you kind of have to trust that whoever this is either within or knows Whitechapel very well. And so I think proximity is a big factor.
Oh, man, again, someone, just saying that this person's like this, and you just go, oh, yeah, interesting.
Dancing around it. You're just dancing close, dancing far. I know you go into these things blind and you react, but I'm with you. That's exactly the consistent narrative here with all of the suspects. And I think that's just going to be the case with something like the Jack the Ripper case. Is all you got is story, and you have, okay, these things line up, okay, this fits nicely, but then these other things just really cause a disruption in trying to solve that puzzle. But that said, I think this last person that I'm going to talk about in particular is a very interesting suspect, and then we're going to wrap up with a couple smaller theories, as we like to do. But let's talk about Joseph Barnett. He was a fish porter in Whitechapel, and he was actually Mary Jane Kelly's roommate, Mary Jane Kelly being that 5th canonical victim. Joseph Barnett was 5'7", had a mustache, and actually lived in Whitechapel his entire life, so he would probably know the streets very well.
Okay.
Barnett was in love with Kelly and wanted her to stop working as a sex worker. So, the theory goes that Barnett committed the brutal murders in order to scare her, that he was killing other sex workers in the area to get her to say, oh my gosh, someone is targeting sex workers, I better stop.
Whoa. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting. I didn't think it would take that route.
It's a very interesting theory so far.
It's just an interesting reason.
Yeah. Right?
Right? I love you. Don't want you to do this. And so I'm going to murder everyone that's in your profession to scare you out of it.
Let me just say this. Communication is important. Okay? Let's just talk to each other sometimes.
Right.
Let's not be so indirect as to this'll do it. We don't need to Rube Goldberg this decision into place. With victims in play. But let's continue on with Joseph Barnett, because there's some other interesting pieces here. October 30th, 1888, the 2 roommates had an argument that led to a broken window and then led to Barnett moving out. This fight could have been over his failed plan and her continued work as a sex worker. It's not exactly sure. But 9 days later, that is when Kelly was murdered. She was the last confirmed victim and was the only one that was not killed in public. Remember, we talked about how brutal this particular murder was. The fact that it was in her bed, in her place, it would likely necessitate someone. We mentioned this earlier.
We were talking about trust.
Right. We talk about trust. We talk about maybe it's a roommate, somebody that knew who she was, knew where she lives, maybe had access to this place. I also know that we theorized that because of her work, it could have been a client that came back with her. That's still totally possible. But the fact that this guy was a roommate means maybe he still had access to the apartment that they shared. This was only 9 days later.
Also, since she had a roommate, that just makes me think that it's less likely that her place of business, where she conducted her business was in her personal apartment.
Right. That is something that sat in the back of my mind. I'm not exactly sure how this whole thing crumbles. Certainly not in the late 1800s. But yeah, I mean, I would wager that it wouldn't be in your own personal residence, like you're saying. But yeah, and the brutality of it all could be because this was a crime, perhaps of passion. And I don't say that to defend it. I mean, like, it's clear that Joseph Barnett in this particular situation felt very strongly with regards to this decision, and then was very strong in his upset, right? And so maybe that's why this particular one was so brutal, because it was much more personal. In addition to that, we talked about a couple people that had either direct or tangential relationships to a surgeon or the interest of surgery, but he was a fish porter, which perhaps is why he had some sort of skill with knives,
Yeah.
And he matched all but one of the parts in the FBI profile. He did not die, nor was he arrested after the murders. That's the only piece of the profile that he wouldn't have fit. Perhaps, though, he just, he felt regret and he didn't continue. And perhaps now, if you go with the theory, which was, I committed these crimes prior to you to scare you away from it, well, if you killed the person that you were trying to scare away from it, you no longer have a motive to continue killing.
Yeah.
Right?
Like that was it. That's what got you into it.
It's a very interesting thing. And again, you think of a fish porter and you think if they did these crimes and the police are investigating, they're saying, hey, maybe it's a doctor or something. You got to reflect back to that postscript. And then he's like, they think I'm a doctor?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm just adept with a knife, Oh,
man.
And here's the thing. I don't have a whole lot of issues or wrinkles to address with this suspect, but police did interview Barnett. And coming out of that, they did not believe him to be a suspect. That's all I got right there.
Oh, okay. I thought there was more.
No, I'm flabbergasted. I'm shook. I'm reading this going,
what?
nah, I don't think this is the guy. I mean, listen, I'm not going to convict somebody. I'm not going to throw someone's name into the mud because I'm just a dude reading about a mystery, all right? But in my humble opinion, IMHO, or whatever the thing is, this guy's got a lot. Compared to the other suspects, this guy is a strong candidate.
Yeah. I mean, so to me, the strongest one yet, the one I don't know, I felt more invested in.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff adding up there.
Oh, yeah. I will say, though, in the police's defense, the reason why they kind of stepped away from that thinking, no, I don't think he's a suspect, is because witnesses that had known about Barnett and Kelly say that they remained friends after he moved out. Now, to me, I don't think that that's enough reason to just say, okay, well, everything else at hand is worth throwing away, because people can fake it, especially if someone's out there killing people and then walking amongst other people. It's not like, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and that could have been what happened here.
That's so damn.
Yeah. Or like a relationship. You know how these go. Like a relationship that says, hey, well, let's break up, but I still want to be friends. Totally possible, just unlikely.
Very unlikely,
and I'm not, I'm not trying to like project into this situation at all, but you have to kind of weigh that in a little bit.
I just can't believe they didn't chase that down more.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. But hey, that is what we have on Joseph Barnett. Now let's talk about a few smaller theories and suspects. We have the idea, and this is just a loose one, I don't have a whole lot of detail about it, but we have the idea that Jack the Ripper was not in fact a male, but instead a woman. Yeah. Now this is popular, which is why I, wish I had a little bit more information regarding it, but it is kind of just a looser theory that instead it is Jill the Ripper, not Jack the Ripper, and might have been a midwife of sorts. Jillian, do we have any other information with regards to this particular theory?
Yeah, the main thing is that you'd be less likely to suspect a woman in general, and then a midwife having blood on her clothes wouldn't be, abnormal. Like the thing on Casebook they have is like, what sort of person could move about at night without arousing suspicion? They might, if she was a midwife, she would know like possibly about surgery in some way,
Oh my gosh, this was actually, here's a quote by Aberline himself that he pondered aloud. He says, quote, "Do you think that it could be the case of not Jack the Ripper, but Jill the Ripper?" Ah.
Oh.
So he's out here actually, waxing poetic that it could be. I think the idea that Jill the Ripper is the angle to go at is actually perhaps an opening for another episode. I think that there's a lot of material there.
Really?
Certainly, what the motive might be. But I think the reason why I don't want to dive into that too deeply is because I think it might actually open the door to other criminal activities and other crime sprees that happened in the area. So the idea of Jill the Ripper or Jack the Ripper, it could be conflated again because that happened a lot with regards to Jack the Ripper. There were a lot of crimes and murders happening at that time. And I feel that this could be conflation, that some of the female suspects that might be suspects for other situations might also be kind of lumped in here. So I just wanted to mention it. It is something that people have talked about, but other than what Jillian offered there before, we don't have much else to go on.
Damn, that would be so interesting if the whole time this big, huge, like well-known serial killer was a female.
Right?
I just never even didn't cross my mind.
Yeah, I think that's so interesting, especially when you think of a case for basically your whole life. This is just one of the most infamous cases. And so when you think Jack the Ripper, you have this image in your mind. And it would be interesting if more information comes out regarding this theory, and then suddenly everything, it's like Jurassic Park. No, dinosaurs had feathers. What?
Yeah.
It's just a total 180. Two other suspects, though, worth lightly talking about. One is Prince Albert Victor, that this was some sort of royal family cover-up. So one theory states that Prince Albert frequented sex workers in Whitechapel. He later contracted syphilis and went mad enough to attack people. Author Stephen Knight's theory states that Prince had a child with a woman in Whitechapel. However, when it comes to this theory and him being Jack the Ripper, he had an alibi for most of the murders. It has continued to be theorized that in order to overshadow the news of the child and his ongoing activities in Whitechapel, that someone in the royal family orchestrated the Ripper murders. So whether it was him directly or the hiring of a hitman or someone else, that it was maybe a distraction in play. And that the victims at hand might have known about the child's existence because they might have known whoever Prince Albert might have been meeting up with in the night. They might have been friends of that person or just colleagues of that person. And so they were just trying to kind of do in with the witnesses, so to speak.
It's a big old cover up.
Yeah.
Huh.
And then the last interesting theory that I want to mention is H.H. Holmes. Now, this comes from a 2017 docuseries which aired on the History Channel called American Ripper. Now, I have to say this, I'm not trying to throw shade at History Channel, but I gotta be real. For a channel that went from discussing actual history and how the wars unfolded, they've really gone into the shadow realm a little bit where I just can't figure out what's factual history that they put out and what's like, this is a really interesting twist on history. It's called historical fiction.
Got it.
But that's an aside, and I think that that's worth mentioning because that would clearly play into what's happening here. But in this series, we have the great-great-grandson, I believe, of H.H. Holmes. He's attempting to explain or prove how his ancestor was actually Jack the Ripper. H.H. Holmes was a notorious Chicago murderer. That's a fact. It's a totally different situation, or rather topic to talk about. Right. But suffice it to say that his crime spree in Chicago, beginning in December of 1891, coincided relatively nicely with the end of the murders, not only the canonical 5, but also the 6 Whitechapel murders. The last of those happened in February of 1891. So I think the cornerstone of this theory is that the actions in Chicago started around the time that the London-based murders ended. And that's really the main piece. And we already have a suspect that has coincidental timing as well. I don't know if that's enough to go off of. It is certainly a broad topic to dive into, I think, because it is like a 6-part or so docuseries, but
damn,
I don't know. It's a fascinating theory to think about, but I don't know if it's worth really diving deeper on. at this point in time.
Right. I mean, 6-part series, that's a heavy-handed, like, lean into that theory.
Right. But that's where I have to be like, okay, realistically, History Channel, is this fanciful? Are we really stretching out the facts and being like, we're just not being pragmatic and we're saying, but what if this, like they rely on a lot of coincidences and a lot of like, this is impossible, so it must have been aliens, rather than like, well, again, going back to Occam's razor, what is the most likely outcome of this thing? Is it truly that alien gods came down, or is it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where you get the whole ancient aliens meme.
I mean, they gotta spice it up, right, for a 6-part series.
I suppose, it's sometimes history's boring. It's the same every day. I think History Channel's right. They gotta spice it up.
Hey, you get a 6-part series, you gotta get those views.
Get those views.
If you're sitting there trying to like take someone down a rabbit hole and then going, and yeah.
Listen, I have no problem with that. Do it all you want, but maybe you should start calling yourself something else other than the History Channel. This is history.
That's true. That's you're not wrong.
But yeah, I think that's these are really interesting angles to come from. There's not a whole lot of material there to substantiate them, but I wanted to mention because of how unique and fascinating they were. To recap, you have the female Jill the Ripper, you have a royal cover-up, and you have the fact that this person ended their crime spree in London, made it away to the Americas, went to Chicago, and continued a crime spree before finally getting caught.
But, man, was the MO the same thing?
It was mostly suffocation, so...
Oh, okay.
Overdose of chloroform, overexposure to lighting gas fumes, trapped in an airless vault.
What the heck? Okay, so simple answer, Alfredo, based on that, from what Chili was saying.
Jesus.
No.
Yeah, I was like, this person got really into suffocating.
Yeah, suffocation, vanishings, all the way down to saw-like traps of being locked into an airless vault. So yeah, no, definitely a different MO. Good question. But yeah, I think that's a whole, what do they call it? Case of eggs, crack of eggs, omelet. That's a whole different omelet to get into.
That's a whole different omelet. There's no way. I've never heard that. No, man, that's a whole different.
No, that's a thing. That's a thing.
What?
Task Force, you got me. You got my back.
They might make it a thing. I don't think it's a thing.
Yeah, no. They know. They know. By the way, go to store.roosterteeth.com. Get our egg pen.
Why do we have an egg pen?
Egg. Wait, I want to make that happen now. Speaking of pens, actually, I was being facetious, but I'm gonna come back. You guys have been just loving our merch, and we really appreciate it. We had restocked our pin, the Task Force badge pin, and you guys sold it out again instantly.
Like, no lie, it's a cool feeling. Thank you.
Yes, genuinely, thank you so much. It goes directly to support this show and continue doing what we do. At this point in time, we've already expanded now onto YouTube. If you prefer to have visuals with your podcast, some people prefer to listen to podcasts on YouTube, so we wanted to expand there as well. But beyond that, we're always thinking about ideas on how to expand this show, not just as a podcast, but offering other pieces of content within this realm. And so we had a lot of cool ideas. But when it comes to pins, I want to go ahead and just have this open dialogue with you guys. I thought of the idea of maybe doing some serialized pins, right? So doing like a cryptid set. Got like a Mothman pin, a Bigfoot pin, stuff like that. And you can get the whole set, or you can just get individual ones. And then maybe doing internet mystery themed pins or pins based on true crime in some way. And if that's something you'd be interested in, let us know. You can let us know in many different ways. You can go to roosterteeth.com where you can leave us comments. You can tweet us at RedWebPod. You can email us now. That's right. We are in the 21st century. Redweb at roosterteeth.com. There's 1,000 ways you can support us and reach out to us and let us know about mysteries and other things going on.
And a lot of you have.
And you have. And so thank you for doing that. I really like the kind of back and forth we're able to have around this show. I think talking about mysteries is just something that I'm, deeply fascinated with. And I know Fredo loves them as well. And so being able to talk with you guys and hear about your theories online, just like I love the conversation that keeps going around. It's awesome. But all right, that's Jack the Ripper, a wild case, a lot of twists and turns. Hopefully we didn't get too many of the wires crossed because it's just one of those old school cases that has a lot of points that are argued and disagreed upon. And that makes sense when you have, stories, when you don't have the deeper forensic sciences that we have now, right?
I didn't lean into many things, but I will say, like, the roommate was one.
Dude, I don't know, man. That almost sounds like, it was like, again, I'm going to refer to the Zodiac when we just really danced on that subject. And we're like, you're picking up everything that this whole story was putting down. And they're like, nah, it's not him though.
Yeah.
I go, dang, really?
Man.
Really?
I mean, if you're looking at thousands and, thousands of people coming, hundreds and maybe even thousands of people coming forward, like that's one of the places I would take my time.
Yeah. Wild, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe that's another reason why this is still unsolved, is because so many stories came through. So many people claiming to be Jack the Ripper, so many people claiming to know, and when most of them probably didn't know, or most of them were inadvertently uninformed or misinformed, and that just obfuscates the truth, And then, the guy scoots away with it for all we know. But yeah, that's been Jack the Ripper. Thank you all for listening. If you want to do the whole review thing, that's possible on Apple's podcast or whatever. If you want to subscribe to us, if you're new to us, Spotify, there's a button, click it, boom. Otherwise, hey, Fredo, I'll see you next Monday for another mystery, my friend.
Yeah, you will. Goodbye, everybody.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In 1981, a Portland, Oregon arcade featured a gaming cabinet that seemed like any other. However, players soon reported migraines, nightmares, and symptoms of brainwashing. Not long after, the game was taken away by mysterious men in black suits, never to be seen again. Today, we explore the puzzling story of Polybius. This is Red Web. We are back with another mystery on another Monday. I'm Trevor Collins. With me, as always, is Alfredo Diaz. How you doing?
Wait, what?
Ooh, we got arcade cabinets.
This sounds awesome.
Yeah, I thought you'd like this one.
Holy hell. Okay, so, oh my God, a mysterious arcade cabinet. People are getting sick. And then,
yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, people in suits came and took it away. I'm sure I'm going to bank on there's being evidence that people in suits came and took it away.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not we have more concrete evidence past that, I don't know. But I'm going to bank on, we have that at least.
Some hard evidence.
Yeah, there's some tangible stuff behind that.
Ooh, man, I don't know.
This sounds awesome. You and I, we play video games for, this is our passion project, this Red Web podcast. But I mean, our 9 to 5 is creating Let's Play videos and playing video games, which is, awesome, and we're blessed to do so. But I'm intrigued to learn, what kind of video game, how many players,
and where can I play this game?
The gamer in me was like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, well, yeah, this is a really, really interesting one. Coming from deep in the 80s, like I said, it's over in Portland, Oregon is where this all goes down. And Polybius is simply an arcade cabinet. But this mystery is going to be a little unlike a lot of the other ones we've discussed. We're going to go through, obviously, the overview, everything we know about Polybius. And then we're going to dive a little bit into a case study around this product here. But then when we go into the theories, it's a little bit different. There's a lot of meat to discuss in the theories section. It's just one of those mysteries. And I'll trickle out some new information kind of in the theories as well. But this is a really fun one. So I'm super excited about it. Super excited to hear how you react to some of these moments. But without further ado, let's dive into Polybius. So October of 1981, there is this mysterious arcade game that appears in a handful of arcades, only a few, but specifically Coin Kingdom in Portland, Oregon is where we're going to be focusing. It was supposedly serviced more than any other game at the arcade at that time. It was compared to another game that you might be aware of called Atari's Tempest. Tempest, for those who aren't familiar with it, it's a fast-paced puzzle game with very disorienting graphics, especially for the early 80s. Fredo, we'll show you some pictures of that. For everyone listening at home, at RedWebPod on Twitter is where we're going to post some photos so you can get an idea of what kind of this Tempest game looks like, because this is probably the closest approximation for Polybius and its game style.
Whoa, this is the Tempest. I'm looking at the picture. Yeah, this seems like an old school arcade type of puzzle game. I'm not seeing how, okay. Oh, gameplay footage. All right. See, the thing is, like, a video game will come out. If it's successful, other people will kind of like release a video game that's similar, but with maybe their spin or their take on it.
Right.
That's why we don't have only like one type of puzzle game or one type of FPS game, a shooter game.
Sure.
So the gamer in me goes, oh, okay, Tempest is probably like super popular. And so this company wanted to essentially cash in on that same type of game, that same genre of game. But the Red Web task force behind the chair, not field agent officer in me goes, maybe they just mimic this just because it was popular and they wanted to get as many people on it. Yeah, it was a front. It was a bait.
Yeah.
It was a bait and switch.
Well, what's interesting too, and I just thought of a modern comp for this game, Geometry Wars.
Oh, yeah.
One of our coworkers, Jack Patillo, who also runs Annual Pass, the podcast, loves this game. There's several iterations of it, but it's kind of like an 80s version of Geometry Wars. But for some more insight into the gameplay of Polybius, it's described to have featured colorful geometric shapes that bended and folded from a center portal. Some gamers kind of described the experience of playing it as somewhat of an acid trip, if that helps you kind of get an idea for the psychoactivity going on. But the game supposedly produced this intense psychoactive and addictive effects in the player, and it was supposedly very disorienting and very confusing. A lot of the gamers who tried this game couldn't stop playing it and began acting strange, exhibiting a lot of different symptoms. Most of the popular ones including nausea, stress, horrific nightmares, seizures, and an inability to control one's own thoughts, which I think is probably the most interesting one. The fact that a player coming off of this game, of course, any of these symptoms would be terrible.
Yeah, that sounds a little freaky.
Yeah, but the fact that you feel like you can't control your own train of thought is very interesting, and definitely something that we're going to focus on here in this episode. So back to the description of Polybius. It was supposedly advanced for its time. As you can imagine, Tempest was quite advanced for its time, but Polybius was a leg up. The intense combination of vector and raster graphics was supposedly impossible to create back in the 1980s, or at least in 81, as gaming technology hadn't advanced enough to be able to do so, to have the kind of graphics that this game did. And so this kind of lays the groundwork for some of our theories. So if you want to go ahead and put a pin in this, I would suggest it. But with regard to the aforementioned graphics, a lot of people think that it is these hyper advanced graphics that made the mind susceptible to the potential for subliminal messaging from perhaps the US government or perhaps some other nefarious parties. But that is center to this particular mystery, the idea of subliminal messages coming out of this game.
Oh, God, we've been gamers for so long now, and there's always like eras where a new game comes out or a new console comes out or a new graphics card and it pushes the boundaries of what video game graphics can do. Are we talking like graphical leap, like, oh, okay, this one looks, distinguishably better, or it's just like technology that hasn't existed before? So
I think it's the fact that they're using vector images and raster graphics that provide such clarity to an image. I'm not super informed with regards to graphics, but certainly not the goings on behind a video game, but it sounds like it had advanced graphics for what was technically capable. So they were delivering images and effects that no other game could possibly attempt because of how advanced it was.
Got it.
So a lot of people are like, oh, because of these advanced effects, we don't know, are there subliminal messages being issued from these effects?
Right.
And kind of like you're saying, I mean, there's an ebb and flow in the gaming industry, which is that there's some sort of ulterior motive here, right? That gaming is bad for the mind, that it causes this, that it does that. And I think that this could be a part of that conversation. You know, every game that really pushes the boundary, whether it be VR or augmented reality or something like that, will always have a little bit of conversation around what's actually going on here. Is there something darker behind the scenes? Should this discontinue? And that's just kind of the human reaction to something new. But it is interesting that this game is coming out in 81 with tech that supposedly wasn't meant to exist or hadn't existed yet.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting part of that. It seems more like, this shouldn't be possible, as opposed to like, oh, it's just like a new graphic jump in video game kind of like tech.
And then you couple that with the idea that these cabinets kind of just appeared. It really starts to get interesting. But before we continue, I want to talk just briefly about two teenagers that supposedly disappeared after having played Polybius. Now, this happened in October of 1981. A boy named Bobby Feldstein, who regularly played the game, as he claims, quote, things started to go wrong in his head. His unease grew even after he left the arcade to go home, and he claimed that a mysterious group of figures had entered his home, whereupon he was then paralyzed and he blacked out. Upon waking up, he said he was bound and kept somewhere deep underground. He had no idea where he was, and he was approached by yet another boy who was badly mangled, and they freed him. So upon getting freed by this mysterious boy, they fled through a network of tunnels, and Bobby claimed that they were followed the entire time as they tried to escape. Ultimately, when they did escape, the mangled boy had disappeared. Bobby couldn't find him and had no idea where he was finding himself, ultimately finding himself approximately 60 miles away from Portland, deep in a forest, and that's about 97 kilometers. But he did manage to make his way home to explain what happened to him. Unsurprisingly, though, it didn't seem that anyone believed him. Now, this is really where things start to go off the rails and get a little mysterious. I feel like, I don't know if it's because it's the 80s or whatever, but this is really giving me that Stranger Things vibe, right? When they're in that secret facility, kind of going through all the tunnels. Interesting if this is his firsthand account.
I think the thing about that is that if people are saying that playing this game gives them nightmares and makes them like hallucinate and go kind of wild and crazy, I feel like this could be something that just goes, hand in hand with that. Yeah. As opposed to being something that actually happened.
That's a great point. So maybe this was like a dream or a nightmare of some sort?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm kind of leaning on right with that.
Yeah, well, especially, that's a great point, because if he ended up home and he blacks out and he passes out, I mean, that literally could just be him falling asleep. And maybe it's a very vivid dream, a very deep sleep.
Yep.
Yeah, well, we'll pin this. We'll keep this in the back of our minds as we continue, but let's kind of go back to the overview of the cabinet now. So I referred earlier to these men in black suits. Now, this is the same men in black that we have lightly touched on before in previous mysteries. Again, maybe there's a whole episode within this topic, but the men in black are supposedly mysterious, I want to say CIA, but like government officials that have no obvious affiliation. We don't know what agency they might be with outside of maybe some sort of secret agency. Now, these men in black periodically came by, opened the machine every single week, and recorded data from this machine, and it didn't seem like they had any interest in the money, the coins, the quarters, whatever that were used in the machine, mostly focusing on whatever data they were pulling out.
That's wild.
Very.
Because it's not like they came one time, grab data, record some stuff, and then bounce.
Right.
They were coming back again and again and again.
Yeah, every week on the dot. And it's not like people are always coming to the arcade to be like, I gotta work on the Jumanji pinball machine again. It's just not like that.
You'd hope that it's not a weekly thing that someone has to come fix the pinball machine.
Right. Steve, the old handyman, comes out and he fixes up the thing. This is like some mysterious boys in black suits coming out.
That's so, man. I mean, this is the 80s too. So, I mean, they had video recorders and stuff. Granted, they're bigger devices.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. It would have been cool to see like a photo or something.
Right.
Oh.
Well, maybe this is and I don't want to get ahead of the theory section, but I can't help but think like, what if this is like one of the raddest video games of all time? and that these stories are planted, and that as a marketing scheme, you know, maybe the developers are in Portland and they say, let's dress up in suits and go open our machine every week. Really get the people talking.
That is funny.
I feel like every mystery could just be a marketing scheme at the end
Right?
of the day.
It's just kind of ahead of its time at that point, though.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's so interesting that they came back often.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, if I'm the owner of this store, I'd be like, well, okay, what's going on here? Because these people are coming. I don't know, right? Because I would assume that if you own the store, you own the machines.
Mm-hmm. I think you might rent them, like you get a portion. I'm not exactly sure how it worked back then.
But even then, I'd be like, okay, what's going on here that you guys are coming out every single week?
Right. Maybe there was a deal struck under the table and they're like, hey, we'll give you this machine for free. It's going to have copious amounts of quarters that you can keep all of them. We just want the data. I don't know.
Oh, man. See, yeah, that's the crazy thing where it's just like, oh, man, I just wish we knew. You know what I mean? Like,
I know,
wish we
right?
knew. Because
Yeah.
it's so weird to be that store owner. And then all of a sudden, like these people, you know, you get this game in and then all of a sudden these people are coming in and just every week looking at the damn game. Like that's, you know what I mean? That's not something just like, oh, all right, they're here again doing their thing and that game's out of commission while they're recording data and stuff. I would just be like, all right, what's going on here?
Or maybe, I don't want to mess with this machine anymore, Mr. Sir. Like, can you, I don't want these agents popping up. But
Yeah.
what's interesting, and maybe, I don't know, this is only going to add more confusion. This is just going to go off the rails with confusion. But a month after it appeared, okay, this mysterious arcade game vanished without a warning, just disappeared from the store. And it is reported that it was taken by these men in black suits and they left no trace of this game's existence. It's believed that not a single original copy of the game file exists to this day, and when people start to look back to find evidence of Polybius and its footprint, the earliest known discussion seems to stem from a conversation in 1998 when a mysterious description appeared on a vintage gaming website called coinop.com. Now, for the sake of this, I do want to mention this, but we will address it later. But it is worth mentioning that there seems to be claims of Usenet discussions regarding Polybius going as far back as 1994. And again, we'll address that in the theories section. But when it comes to CoinOp, the entry stated that, quote, the game had a very limited release of 1 or 2 backwater arcades in the suburb Portland. So here we have it. We have evidence now that there's 1 or 2, at least to our best knowledge, in existence. The CoinOp post seems to also discuss the kids who played the game that were affected by it, stopped playing the game or video games altogether. Some of them actually becoming big anti-video game crusaders. And that's interesting to note because, you know, we talk a little bit about brainwashing and subliminal messaging. It calls into question, is this game hyper addictive with the intent of capturing the most passionate gamers and turning them against the idea or the industry that is video games?
Oh man, maybe it's just because we're in the industry, but that just seems like so much effort for people that just play video games.
Yep, it does.
You can take that and do so many other things with that. If it actually works, like that's wild.
Right. Like these gamers all started their own charities and non-for-profits. But no, instead they just became, video games suck.
Just angry at the game.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is fascinating.
Yeah, I do think it's very, very fascinating. And I think that, you know, I mean, if these are gamers that are really addicted to gaming, I don't think I would ever come across a game that would make me go, I mean, I'm on the far, far end of the spectrum, right? Like it's my career and everything like that. But I don't think I would, man, I just don't think I'd sit there and go, do you know what? This one game, nah, I'm good. I don't want to play video games ever again. You know, like, I don't think there'd be one. I just go, this is a terrible game, or I didn't like that game.
Not unless it twisted your mind.
Yeah, I just can't see there being like one game where it's like, never again.
I don't know. The power of subliminal messaging. You just don't know. Or do you? I don't know. But when it comes to the CoinOp, it was 25 years after Polybius appeared. So now we're in 2006. This is 8 years after the initial discussion on CoinOp. Someone named Stephen Roach came forward on the CoinOp comment section, and he claimed that Polybius was created by a company that he and a few other naive programmers began called Sinneslöscha, which is German for sensory extinction and Swedish for deletion. They were hired by a separate South American company to do the work, and he claimed that there was no intention for players to get hurt. As for the Men in Black, he said that that was just a rumor, and one that he didn't really want to be associated with, and I don't really blame him. I don't want to be associated with an anonymous government agency as well.
Yeah, hell no.
But ultimately, he explains that they were, quote, merely in over their heads with their advanced, dangerous graphics. And I think that that there's some validity here, that they opened themselves up to the people, the powers that be, perhaps, that don't really like video games, that might attack you for being on the frontier of it. And the fact that they had advanced, dangerous graphics that people weren't familiar with that can cause various ranges of problems for people. Maybe they just didn't know what they were messing with.
Yeah, I mean, but still, if they were saying that people came by, I mean, it's a rumor, but I don't know. Like, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels so weird to be like, yeah, you know, there's people that came by like every week. It was just a rumor. It never happened. Like, it wasn't a thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I don't know what the camera situation was in 1981, the security cameras, that is, like CCTV. But man, is I'm with you.
Right?
I wish that there was something to be like, no, here they are. And here's that machine.
And that's the thing where in the beginning of the episode, I went, I'm banking on like, that is real, that really happened, that these people were coming over and checking out this game and they took it away or whatnot. But now it's like, was it the creators were saying that it's just a rumor that they didn't want to be a part of?
Well, it sounds like this Stephen Roach is the one who's claiming to have been a part of a small group of programmers that created it. So he's saying that, yeah, they created it. They were in over their heads. They were hired by a different company to do this work. So it wasn't even their idea. And that everything is kind of just a rumor outside of perhaps people getting hurt or having various symptoms. But what's interesting, and this is already several years after the 98 initiation of this conversation on CoinOp. This is 2006, but it gets stranger because 3 years even after this, I can't believe the conversation's still alive. But in 2009, that CoinOp article was amended to have this added to it. Quote, Stephen Roach is full of himself and knows nothing about the game. End quote. Basically, someone's coming out to say, this guy is just making things up. He has nothing to do with this game. He didn't create it. His claims are a farce. And we'll kind of dive into more behind this in the theories section, this kind of rebuttal and who perpetuated this conversation. But it's interesting. It almost feels like people have a stake in this, like that there are sides being taken, but it's just like an arcade cabinet from decades ago. I don't know.
I completely agree. It oddly enough feels like there's a lot, like there's some kind of weird war on the back end going on that hasn't surfaced yet. And it's really interesting seeing people be very, very passionate about what seems like something super, I granted, yes, awkward, weird, but I'm right now not taking it too seriously, right? Like, I just don't know, like, we don't have any, like, I don't know, medical records or police records or any professionals that came forth and said, like, this is what's going on and this is crazy and this is what's happening. It's just kind of like, hey, it's all starting to fall into rumors.
Exactly. So far, it all just seems like he said, she said, everyone's saying. It's a lot of claims. Yes. Interesting, to say the least, but definitely still just claims. Now, this is where things still continue to get a little stranger, so feel free to stop me if you're just confused. But CoinOp personnel also claimed that they were planning to sort it out by flying to the Ukraine. Now, I don't know exactly what they plan to sort out or how they're going to sort it out by going to the Ukraine, and no information ever came of that trip. There's no evidence of them going to the Ukraine. So this is just a very confusing piece of the puzzle here, but I did want to mention it. But the last thing, with regards to CoinOp, the last thing that was left on that forum was from a user, Sinisloshan. So, just for those who have that astute memory, Sinislosha, I mentioned earlier, this is that same word, but now with an N at the end of it. I'll translate that to English later on, but this user with a very similar name to one that we just heard out of Stephen Roach's mouth, or his hands, I guess, as he's typing, it seems to indicate that maybe this is someone related to Stephen Roach, or maybe it's the same person or someone within his circle. But in 2009, whoever this user was, they left a comment saying, quote, and it gets strange, so I'm just going to quote it here. Orator, http://6152410.ath.cx/. If you know something and want to collaborate, Polybius is real. And then it gives an email at the end of that. another random sounding email that I won't bother putting here. If that's a website you type into your browser, by the way, proceed with caution. I haven't even gone to it, and I don't know if it's live, but just be mindful of where you click. But ultimately, CoinOp didn't respond to this, and it is unknown if this is a real user or a troll user. But this is where I want to kind of close the book on CoinOp and the kind of confusing ongoing discussion there. It seems like the more we look in there, the more just open-ended puzzles we get and the less pieces we get to the established puzzles. It just starts to get more confusing. So as we kind of mentioned, this really lies in the realm of storytelling and claims. It starts to feel a little bit like an urban legend, and we don't know for a fact whether Polybius exists or doesn't exist at this point in time, based on everything that we can know. But that hasn't stopped the imagination of gamers from attempting to get to the bottom of whatever this mystery has in store. In fact, in 2012, there was another interesting event that happened that kind of kept this mystery going and breathed a little bit of new life into it. There was a Brooklyn bar by the name of Barcade that actually created a Polybius cabinet for Halloween of 2012. I'm not sure if this was a playable game or if this was just to look the way it looked, but it was so believable. And when they posted it on their Instagram, there was someone that came forward and that was named Broyo Mofo. And they wrote a comment saying, quote, "Please tell me you didn't activate that machine and that it's simply a gag decoration of some sort." He also stated that he had played the original game and suffered a seizure at the time of playing it, and that he had become addicted to the point where he wanted to keep on playing for reasons that he could not even remember. He also explained that as a result, and I do want to say trigger warning here for a second, he attempted suicide. And this is the story that this unknown user claims on these posts with the regards to the Polybius cabinet. Now, when people went to the profile for this user, it seems that it's a dead account, that there's no followers, there's no photos, there's no activity whatsoever, just the name Jake in the bio section. So again, it's really hard to say if there's any material substance here or if it's people just kind of perpetuating a story.
I'd have to lean towards that, right? Because CoinOp made it such a big public thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. That's just where I gotta lean towards.
Yeah.
Kudos to that person for making it so believable that, someone wanted to either, warn them for real, or it was just like a, hey, I'll jump in on this story. I want to be a part of this.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just stepped into a realm that they weren't fully prepared for, and that I don't know, man. It's deeply fascinating, but and again, we'll dive into all of the potential angles here in the theories, but it's hard to hold our own opinions back, right? Because here's what we've got: a lot of, albeit fascinating, but a lot of claims, no real material evidence so far.
To get anything that says like, yes, this was what really happened.
Yeah.
We actually do have some supposed photos of the gaming cabinets, and I've just dropped those in for you guys to take a look.
All right, that's weird.
Yep.
I mean, it looks super simple, like just one joystick and one button. Why is the button so far away from the joystick?
Looks like there's maybe two black buttons and a blue button, and on the right side and the left side with one joystick in the middle. Very simple. Very, very simple. Oh, yeah. See, this one's different. This one's a one red with one white button.
The first one I'm looking at looks like it's a red joystick on the far left, maybe 4 buttons, one in each corner if you put a square on said joystick.
Yeah.
Far right, one white button, nothing in the middle. And I'm talking about like on the other end of this.
Right.
On the cap, like that's so weird that the button would be all the way across.
Look at the TV placement. One's like facing you as you were standing up, and one is facing up at you as if you're looking down at it.
Yes, that's good too. And the one that it's one joystick, 2 purple buttons on each side, and then angled black buttons.
Yeah.
Oh man, okay. I mean, these appear to be the same game, but just layered differently, which is, that is random as hell. That's just so, yeah, that's not a thing.
Right. I mean, it's also got the same font, but different colors. One's kind of like a grayish, a lightish teal, and then the other one's more yellowish and white. It's, I mean, if you take it at face value, right, the stories that we're hearing with regards to data being pulled out of these, that there is maybe some sort of subliminal messaging, some sort of, some testing or whatever data they're collecting. Maybe these 2 different layouts or 2 different machines are actually collecting different data points, in that there's, I don't know, I'm just openly theorizing, but maybe there's some different intent behind the 2 different forms. It sounds like you play this game and you're going to get some mind melt and you're going to come out with some weird experience and you're going to not be believed. Again, if you take these stories at face value and this game is really kind of stirring up your thoughts in a strange way, it's putting you into an incredulous situation, or it puts you in a place where people aren't maybe going to believe you. I don't know. It's, again, just fascinating.
It's very interesting stuff.
Well, that's the information we have. That's the frustratingly limited information we have regarding the Polybius story, or the Polybius, I don't know, myth or whatever. It really isn't a whole lot, but I do want to dive into the theories. And like I said, there's a lot of information here in the theories. It's just one of those vague mysteries that doesn't have a whole lot on the bone until you start trying to solve it via some sort of theory. And some of these theories have information from documentarians such as Todd Luoto, John Frechette, and Dylan Rife, all of whom gathered information for their film that aired in fall of 2017 called The Polybius Conspiracy. So I want to give credit where credit is due. These gentlemen have done a lot to kind of dive into this. And if you want more information, they do have that documentary. It's not a sponsor or anything, but it does exist. Hello, Task Force. Trevor Collins here again, as always, to talk to you directly, put my voice directly into your eardrums and resonate around, rattle your hammer bone or whatever they're called, and then your brain will interpret this as meaning. I just want to thank you all so much for supporting our merch, by the way, store.roosterteeth.com. The pins have sold out again, so I'm bugging our e-commerce team to refresh those. We still have the long sleeves and our hoodies. Oh, I'm getting paged. Yes, that's modern technology on my Red Web Task Force pager. Yes, the hoodies are in fact in the store now as of the release of this podcast, so you can go get the limited edition one. We put a new one out, a different color scheme on that, and we also refreshed the other hoodie that we have already had in the store. So go get yourself some, join the task force, represent. Thank you all again. I just wanted to say that for showing your support. We see all the tweets with everyone making different outfits out of our task force merch, representing the pin in a bunch of dope ways. So thank you from us to you. And keep an eye out too. I'm trying to work with them on creating some really custom products, some bespoke collections around Red Web, and maybe a take-home mystery for you to play at home. I don't know. The ideas are out there, and we'll see what we can come up with, but we'll keep you posted here on the In-Betweens. But with that said, let's talk about some of the sponsors for today's episode. Today's episode of Red Web is sponsored by HelloFresh. When it comes to grocery shopping, are you sick and tired of all the stress, planning, and let's be honest, thinking in general that comes with going to the store and getting all your food? Well, take all that nonsense out of your life. Just have fun preparing delicious home-cooked meals with HelloFresh. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit, and for good reason. They've got a whole host of options from 30-minute meals, quick and easy meals, 15 to 20-minute dinners, breakfasts on the go, and much, much more. But the choices don't stop there. They also offer at least 27 recipes a week, from vegetarian meals, calorie-smart choices, craft burgers, and extra special gourmet options. With something for everyone, you'll never have to argue about what to have for dinner ever again. I was able to get some meals from HelloFresh, and the experience is super easy. It shows up right on your doorstep. You get just enough produce to make the meals that you need. Get those healthy, pre-measured proportions. If you're diet conscious like I am, I try to get my protein in, but I don't want to overdo the carbs, you know what I'm saying? They really help out with that. And they're always tasty, and it makes me feel like I'm an actual chef, so I impress my girlfriend. But I also cook with her sometimes, so she knows that I'm just cheating and using their very simple instructions. But go to HelloFresh.com/RedWeb12. That's REDWEB12, and use code RedWeb12 for 12 free meals, including free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/RedWeb12, and use code RedWeb12 for 12 free meals and free shipping. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit, and who doesn't love 12 free meals? This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. There can be a lot of misunderstanding of what therapy is, but it doesn't have to be sitting around talking about your feelings all day. Therapy can be whatever you want it to be. And while it does involve talking, the point is that you're in charge when it comes to what you focus on. Talking to BetterHelp therapists can help you get an outside perspective, develop new emotional tools, and work through things that might be holding you back. I found their website to be very easy to use. They have a quiz right at the top if you go to their website, and it allows them to figure out exactly how they can help you, whether you're in a couple, whether you're looking for help for your child or for yourself, or all the various things that one might need help with. I found that quiz to be very quick and easy, and I enjoy how specific they can get when it comes to helping you with your needs. BetterHelp is online therapy, so it offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist. If you're not comfortable being on camera, you don't even have to be, and that's the joy. Plus, BetterHelp is more affordable than in-person therapy, so you don't have to worry about getting in your car and going somewhere. You can start communicating with your therapist right away, online, in under 48 hours, so it's super convenient in that way. RedWeb is sponsored by BetterHelp, and our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/redweb. That's betterhelp.com/redweb to get 10% off your first month. Now, with that said, let's jump right back into the mystery. So, the first theory that I want to kind of talk about is one that we have discussed before, in that this could have been part of Project MK Ultra. It's probably worth an entire episode in and of itself at this point, but
Right.
MK Ultra was a top secret CIA project in which the agency conducted hundreds of experiments, sometimes on unwitting US citizens. In these experiments, they did things like using LSD and other drugs to test their ability to control the mind, to gather information, and even to see if there is a way to use psychological torture via LSD and drugs. It's very dark, but it is 100% something that happened. You can look at some of the declassified documents regarding this whole project. That said, a lot of them are missing. A lot of them are either destroyed or weren't kept properly because they didn't keep good records for this program. And as you can imagine, right, like if you're messing with your own citizens, especially if they don't even know it, leaves you open to some well-earned hate, right? You're gonna get yourself into some hot water.
Yeah.
And especially because MK Ultra lasted from 1953 to 1973, that's 20 years.
So long.
That's a lot of time. And now it makes me start to think, maybe this is why there's a lot of mysteries in the mid-century. Are they pumping LSD into public water supplies and then people start seeing Mothmens and Jersey Devils flying about? Who knows?
You're connecting these dots.
Connecting some
these
wild dots. I'm creating a monster universe, a mystery cinematic universe with these.
Yeah.
But in the end of this whole thing, more than 150 human experiments involving psychedelic drugs, paralytics, and electroshock therapy were all made public in 1975. Most of these tests did take place during the first half of that window, somewhere between 1953 and 1964, but it's not clear at the end of the day how many people were involved. And this could have very well extended out into the realm of arcades, especially because they became so popular in this time frame. Now, obviously, 81 is after the flight of MK Ultra. But who's to say, man, that the government doesn't have some sort of not declassified, still top secret study going on? I don't know, man.
Yeah, they just took it behind closed doors after that and got really secretive about it. Probably changed the name and everything like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And what's further compounding the nefarious nature of this is that the US government did in fact recruit Nazi scientists through a plea bargain agreement in what became known as Operation Paperclip. That's true, factual, you can look it up. I don't know if you've heard about that, Fredo, but essentially there's a lot of brilliant minds that were stuck in Nazi Germany. Whether they agreed with that ideology or not, there were brilliant minds over there. And so as part of a plea bargain to flee that space and come to the United States under protection, they would agree to help American scientists develop technology, whether they were drugs or electronics or such experiments as the MK Ultra project. But that is the loose and fast of Operation Paperclip. But again, kind of coming back to the idea of arcades and video games becoming popular, it's theorized that this is where the government attempted to capitalize on this growing trend, and they used Polybius as an experiment, perhaps like a Trojan horse, as it were, where they planted it in specific arcades, gathered information from users that used it.
They weren't super incognito about it.
They
If
were
were
not
just running
incognito
in
at
once
all.
a week and busting that thing open, going, all
Right.
let's get all the data.
Right. You can't be walking in there dripping head to toe in Men's Warehouse and say, nah, I'm meant to be here. Slap yourself on like a Papa John's hat or a Domino's hat or whatever, a regular person outfit, and slip in there.
Just try and do something. Put like some kind of, I don't know what, arcade repairmen look like, but
Right. I don't know.
I would, I don't know, slap something on there.
Not a suit.
Yeah, not a suit, right? Like,
Man, I want to start a business now, though. I want to be like dressed to the nines, handymans. We're going to be out there wearing suits and we fix everything with a hammer.
man, those suits, that'd be so expensive just to maintain the suits.
Right.
At what point do you just go, this is too expensive, but we still got the suits, so let's just run around in dirty suits?
Dirty suits, or we're the most expensive repair people around,
Oh my God.
Hey, you can go for those guys. They'll fix our Tetris machine for $10. Or we can go for those guys. They'll show up once a week for $1,000, dressed to the nines, shiny shoes and everything. They won't fix anything, but they'll start some rumors.
It's like, why are you guys more expensive? Is the service and quality better? No, we're just easier to look at.
You just gesture. You just say, look at us. Look at this. You kidding?
Yeah, you looking at this drip right now?
You got to respect this.
Oh my God.
But I mean, yeah, that's very interesting, and a bunch of unwitting kids come rolling up to these machines and say, hey, this is a fun looking game, new game out here. And they get their mind wiped or toiled with or something. I don't know. But that's what this theory kind of attempts to connect the dots on, is that maybe this was an extension of factually established project. The unprecedented flashing lights of the game were perhaps used to implement that subliminal messaging that I talked about before, and maybe the government was planting ideas, or again, since these men in black were gathering results from this messaging or this data, perhaps it wasn't so much of planting ideas as it was gathering behavioral data from gamers. I mean, that is certainly not strange to think about to this day.
Nope.
You open up your phone, it scans your face 1,000 times over. Data is everywhere, and maybe this was just like the first kind of instance of that. Because there was no internet, not really. I mean, like, this is 81. This is, how do you get that information without a Trojan horse planted where the gamers are going to be?
That's just so wild that they would be looking so obvious. Like, who the hell wears a suit to an arcade? Like,
I think that's just
Arcade
ignorance,
joint.
What are they going to say? They're not going to know what we're doing. They're just regular people. Whatever, we'll walk in there, grab our stuff, and leave.
that is just so wild that they're smart enough to do that, but not smart enough to just go, all right, maybe not the suits. You know what I mean?
I know, right?
It's just like anything else but suits.
Right. I don't know. Maybe looking back, it's just like, it was obvious, but going into it, maybe they're just like, nah, I look good though. And they just didn't care. Maybe they just didn't overthink it.
Oh man, I would overthink it.
I don't know. If you're doing something secret, maybe, you know what, government, because you're listening, don't change what you're doing. Keep doing it this way. Stand out like a sore thumb. It really helps us ID some things. We're not going to give you some assistance on how to brainwash our children in the arcades. Silly.
How to be quieter and move within the shadows.
But yeah, ultimately it's unknown what these subliminal messages would have been, because it seems like, symptoms-wise, it seems like a lot of confusion was had, and it was more health concerns than anything. So that's that theory. It does sound compelling given it's grounded in reality, albeit it is at the more extreme reality, right? These are the more fanciful realities that we have.
I mean, I can see it. I mean, it's way past MK Ultra, but like, I don't know. Like, this is something I can get behind, where it's just the government messing around with it. The tuxedo parts, the suits, it's just so weird.
Right.
But I can see them trying to gather data.
Yeah.
So I do believe that these cabinets existed and that these cabinets did some weird things.
Yeah.
That being said, that that's why I lean into the government theory, because who else would be doing this except for like, some type of like the government or some type of division of the government that's like, on the back end that no one knows about.
Well, that is a fantastic question, because that's kind of where this next theory enters. I'm going to distill this one a little bit because we don't have a whole lot of information. This is kind of, again, one of those situations where it's claims rather than material facts. So I'll just dive into it. And that ultimately, this theory purports that this is private corporation brainwashing rather than government-based manipulation of some kind. So documentarian Dylan Rife stated that according to video game historian and Polybius expert Kat Despira, and I'm going to quote her a few times here, quote, "There was in fact a man named Stephen Roach who used to run these behavioral modification programs. His company was based in Mexico, but they actually belonged to an institution of some sort that was global. What they used to do was a child reform academy that used behavioral modification, and it implied some sort of brainwashing, but obviously not digital. But that ended up getting shut down by the government authorities because of the abusive practices that Stephen and his wife were supposedly involved in, and now he is a man on the run."
What the hell?
That's all quoted from Kat Despira. Now, it's uncertain if this Steve Roach is the same Steve Roach as the one we discussed earlier, the one who posted on CoinOp.
Right.
So we have fugitive Steve Roach, and we have a CoinOp poster Steve Roach. Now, this could be an imitation. This could be fake. This could be, I don't know. But whoever it is claimed that a company called Sneedwars commissioned the game, right? So this kind of does dovetail in with what the Stephen Roach earlier was saying, that this was a commissioned game, that they were involved, but they had nothing to do with it being as bad as it was, right? Having negative effects on people. So this does kind of line up with the claims earlier, but ultimately what the brainwashing is supposed to do, we have no idea. Like, it seems like Kat Despira here is connecting some dots, but is not offering any other answers outside of that. Like, what's the purpose of this corporate brainwashing? Is it to keep people playing the game? Was it just entirely accidental that people were having bad experiences with this? I think the only last interesting thing regarding this theory here is that Sneedwars, right, kind of translates to Swedish or German. There's two different translations here, but one is sensory erasure. That's in German. And if you translate it from Swedish, it translates to deletion of mind. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just out here trying to wipe people's minds, and that's it. Some dark global entity hired this Stephen Roach and his pals, and they ignorantly made what was asked of them, and we'll never know the real culprit. But I don't know. That's very fanciful.
I don't know. Maybe offer like $20 for people to test out a video game, you know what I mean, and then change locations or something like that. That way they can come in and play games. You could really record it. Like, how much can you actually record if you're not there? And you know what I mean? Like, is there a camera? Like what kind of data are we looking at? That's what's kind of picking my mind right now.
Maybe it's the data of like what the user's inputs are, like in coordination with what they're seeing. So the game knows what it's displaying and knows what level they're at or whatever. And so it's saying this user played this way. This user moved this way. This user addressed this puzzle that way. I don't know. This theory is interesting. If nothing else, that it just purports that it is some sort of brainwashing device. It doesn't really say what the motive is. It doesn't say anything outside of that. It's just this individual is trying to connect some dots and say, Polybius was meant as a brainwashing device. The end.
Yeah. I mean, if what everyone was saying is true and it adds up, then yeah, I can see that they want to make a brainwashing device and it just slightly hit the mark, and so they're just testing it out.
So the next theory I want to talk about kind of takes a veer in an opposite direction. So while the MK Ultra tries to plant this mystery firmly in our very strange but true reality, this next theory kind of just says that, hey, maybe this doesn't exist. Maybe this is simply a hoax. Because in his own investigation of Polybius, we have filmmaker and journalist Stuart Brown, who is claiming that he could not find any concrete evidence of the story's existence until 2000. So that really goes against the grain of the 1998 CoinOp story, that is where it first popped up. Stuart's saying, I can't find anything until 2000. Which really starts to shake up the already very sparse story that we have, right?
Until 2000?
Mm-hmm.
So then what was all the CoinOp stuff?
Well, that's interesting that you should ask that, because he is concluding, Stuart Brown, in his theory that this is a hoax, he's concluding that the story was a hoax created by Kurt Kohler, who happens to be the owner of CoinOp, and that this was an attempt to drive traffic to their website, and that this would explain the ardent stance that CoinOp seemed to take against Roach. Remember, I said that we would talk about this a little bit further in the theories. Right, the site really started to go after Stephen Roach, who was simply saying like, hey, I was involved with this, I made it, it's nothing to really think about, we were just in over our heads with some crazy graphics. And then Roach is like, no, this is a big mystery, screw you, Stephen. And so that kind of lines up with what Stuart Brown's laying down here.
Oh man, this weird like back end war that seems now. I mean, yeah, I could see. Right, because we were kind of talked about how like, oh, it could be just the game devs and like marketing stuff, but maybe it's just the website, right? Trying to get more traffic.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, maybe you just going to this theory, maybe you just have a one-off cabinet that did have some problems, right? That cropped up. That there's true stories revolving around Polybius, but nothing too dark. But then Kurt Kohler's over here saying he knows about it in some way, and he wanted to use that to create some sort of tentpole event where people would go to his website to discuss this mystery that he blew way out of proportion. And when someone with a background or some concrete evidence regarding Polybius steps forward and says, it's not really like that, then the site itself says, screw that guy. And that's where that kind of argument went down. It's interesting. Right. And I can absolutely see that. I can see this being just a regular cabinet that became a hoax.
Yeah, like none of it was real or what. Oh man, but then what about it's like shaky in every direction.
I know. This is such a deeply fascinating topic, but it's frustratingly shaky in a lot of different ways because there's so much just this person says, they say, whatever. But you remember earlier I mentioned that some users on the internet claimed that there were even earlier mentions of Polybius, back in 1994, as it were. And so Brown now says, okay, well, let's address those claims because that is obviously not CoinOp. So who is claiming that there are earlier stories of Polybius? Well, when he looked into it, he's theorizing that the 1994 Usenet conversations that some were citing as being the original Polybius discussion is in fact users misremembering discussions around a different mystery called the Publius Enigma. So it's kind of similar in the name, and maybe this is a mystery worth diving into, but the Publius Enigma is a series of cryptic messages that were posted by a user named Publius in the Pink Floyd Usenet group. Now, we've talked about news groups before and Usenet before, but it's essentially, in a very layman's term, kind of description of a Usenet. It's like an early internet, and there were a lot of themed news groups that were like, hey, I like Pink Floyd, I'll go to this one. And that's kind of what this was. The Publius Enigma remains to be an unsolved puzzle. It was a phenomenon that supposedly related to the 1994 Pink Floyd album. But yeah, he's basically saying that there was another small mystery around that time with a name that could, if you were remembering back 6+ years, maybe misconstrue the two names, Polybius and Publius. That's how his theory kind of concludes, and that's how he's kind of sunsetting Polybius.
What? That they were just remembering a different conspiracy theory that whoa.
Right, just one of those other mysteries.
That's obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but that seems like a first. Like, no, they're talking about some other mystery, not this mystery. What?
I don't know, man. Like because here's the thing. If you're like, hey, do you remember that mystery in the early 80s? And you're talking about it in 1998 and you're like, yeah, I think I remember that. I just remember Polybius. Okay, well that's hitting some boxes. I think I remember that. Because like the Publius Enigma is like vague enough. It's not this huge mystery, but it's just surface level enough that people might recognize that. And then give it a few years, you could definitely, see Polybius and Publius next to each other, and you might mix them up. And that's kind of what he's leaning on.
Yeah, I could see that. It's just so weird. But oh man, I mean, you can't come. The names are close enough. But I mean, like, what about the cabinets that were like different? Like, that's an actual thing.
Yep. Well, that's kind of going to lead us nicely into the final theory that I want to talk about. And for this one, I do actually want to give some more information. And now this isn't necessarily on Polybius itself. This is just some contextual information that will help bring together this final theory. And I want to talk about multiple injuries being caused by arcade games. And then I want to talk about FBI investigations into things like that. And that'll lay the groundwork for where I'm heading. So there is a reported history of arcade games causing various injuries and issues. That is not made up. And so basically I want to lay some groundwork, some proven groundwork to say that maybe some of these stories regarding Polybius are real. So the following two incidents that I want to talk about took place on November 12th, 1981 in Portland. So simply a month after Polybius is hotcakes, right? Same area, same year, all of that. A 12-year-old boy named Brian Morrow got sick after playing Asteroids for 28 hours.
Damn.
And then reported he was having stomach pain. Obviously, you should be a young boy or a young anyone playing a game for 28 hours. But man, he must have really loved Asteroids.
Yeah, but also, like, man, where are the parents?
Yeah,
One,
where's the parents?
And two, that's the kind of stuff where people go, see, video games are bad for you. It's like, yeah, well, anything
Right.
you're doing for that long, like, is going to be bad for you.
Right. And I mean, if I read a book for 28 hours, I'm sure I would come out of that with some sort of neck cramp and stomach pain because I wasn't eating. But here's the thing. At the same arcade, now I got to call into question the manager here, but at the same arcade, there was another young boy named Michael Lopez who was experiencing a migraine from the aforementioned Tempest game, right? We mentioned that before. It's a game very similar to Polybius, and he's getting migraines from playing that game. And later, he actually collapsed in pain in someone's yard. So whether it's directly related to Tempest or was correlated with playing Tempest kind of remains to be seen, but basically there's a history here. But let's talk about some other people here. Jeff Daly suffered a heart attack and died after getting a high score on the game Berserk. Then we have Peter Bukowski, who also died of heart failure playing the very same game Berserk. Berserk's flashing lights and intense visual effects were attributed to the cause of the two unfortunate passing away. And basically to say that Polybius has some elements from a lot of the games mentioned here. And so it isn't strange to think that there's a possibility that any game, especially Polybius, could cause real life injuries.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's, sometimes there's a lot of games with a lot of flashing lights and stuff like that, and they cause, seizures and injuries.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a thing. I'm sure if you look it up, there are people who play video games that have video game injuries because of how long they're playing.
Like carpal tunnel. I mean, even that.
Yeah.
Just repeated motion,
Yep. Yeah. Like my wrists are a little shoddy because of that. Just playing all the many years of competitive and repetitive like FPS gameplay.
Yeah. Well, the FBI stepped in to investigate these things, and I want to talk about that a little bit. Again, I'm building up here to talk about our final theory. So on November 22nd, 1981, that's 10 days after the Portland incident involving Brian Morrow and Michael Lopez, it was reported that the FBI raided several arcades in the Portland area. The owners of the arcades were suspected to have used the machines for gambling, and weeks before the raid, FBI agents were monitoring the arcades and the cabinets for signs of tampering. So this could explain the supposed men in black suits arriving at these locations. It could explain the sudden disappearance of a mysterious cabinet that appeared nearly just a month before, right? Remember, it only stayed for about a month. Maybe there were listening devices or camera devices, or maybe it was just a false game. I don't know. That's me just kind of spitballing. But ultimately, it's theorized that Polybius may have been one of these games that was involved in the raid. Whether they planted it or whether they were investigating it, the theory just kind of states maybe Polybius was involved. Documentarian Todd Luoto stated, quote, "Back in the early 80s, arcades weren't the safe haven that most thought they were. Drugs were a big part of what went on. Gambling was also a big thing as well." So Luoto further explained that the FBI came up to the Portland area and placed hidden cameras and actually tracked people through their high score initials that they left on various games. So all of this kind of combines to one compelling theory that, and I love this theory because this is where my mind was kind of at before even kind of getting to this part of the research. I like this theory because it does what not a lot of theories do, and it tries to thread the needle through a lot of different facts. But Brian Dunning, author, producer, and host of the Skeptoid podcast, believes that Polybius is a result of the unique combination of all of these circumstances, the circumstance of the injuries and the FBI investigations, etc.
Right.
Because of the recorded injuries and the subsequent FBI raid in Portland, all within such a short time span, he theorizes that people have conflated the incidents over the years to form a narrative that this government-monitored arcade cabinet that negatively affected unsuspecting players is kind of what Polybius is. That it either became the fall guy for all of the other cabinets that were causing health issues, or it just became the standout because it was new and unique and rare and disappeared. It could just be the one that people attach themselves to. And maybe it could have attached itself to any other game. But the fact that this one's so rare and doesn't exist and might have been just a pilot cabinet could have compounded the fact that people were like, oh, the government was on that one, and that one was what was hurting people.
Yeah.
And I love that theory.
I completely. Oh man, that's a solid theory.
Yeah.
That theory is solid.
Brian Dunning, you've done it again.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Totally forgot that. Yeah, a lot of drugs and gambling and stuff, like just very terrible things were going around.
Right.
Because they were rare, maybe beta tested and never took off. But then, like, wouldn't the company come forward or something like that to try and clear their name? Because I'm assuming.
That's a good point. Honestly, it's hard to say. Maybe this Stephen Roach was actually involved in some way. Maybe he was with his group of young programmers, and he was commissioned for this. And maybe so we don't have a direct connection to whoever commissioned Stephen Roach, right? So the fact is, like, maybe this was a game enlisting. So what do you say? South American company hired them, who were all novice programmers, working with things that they didn't fully understand, made a cabinet, put it down. It got all sorts of wrapped up in this drama, and either them or the South American company is like, you know what? Hands off. Ditch this. We don't want to be a part of this FBI investigation or whatever. And so, like, what I love so much about this theory is, again, what we see so rarely is that it does its best job to stitch together the very sparse facts, if you will, if you want to call them that. There's a very sparse stories that we have here, and wraps it up, honestly, in my opinion, very well. I can definitely see how, the misrememberings really built up into this kind of moment of, like, Polybius being bigger than it actually was. You have people getting hurt. You have the FBI all over the place in Portland. It's a perfect storm of weird things.
Exactly. It could make sense that they were commissioned and they weren't as experienced, and that's why the game had all these crazy weird effects, and maybe even that was also blown out of proportion, or people like, oh, I have a headache, or you know what I mean, and then just blew that out of proportion, and it's like, oh man, this person had a headache and a crazy nightmare, and people just kept tacking on to stuff. I mean, that would explain why you didn't have devs come forward and be like, hey, this is not, like, this is our game and it's not a part of some crazy conspiracy thing. Because I would assume that your traditional, like, game development company would want to, one, make games, and two, continue to make games.
Right.
They wouldn't just ditch and go, we don't talk about that.
Maybe they ditched and they rebranded, came up with a new name, and now they're out there making Pac-Man or something. Like, I don't know, man, but this is, I don't know. I really enjoyed this one. I really like this mystery of Polybius, because it's still so hard to know. Was this a cabinet that actually existed, and it was just, a rare cabinet, and then it kind of petered off and then got built up into this urban legend? Or did it ever exist? Maybe it never did truly exist, and it was created. I would love to know if at some point there's verifiable evidence of this thing existing. But to this day, most people do claim that this is an urban legend, and I would tend to subscribe to that ideology, because but it's so fascinating.
It's so, yeah, exactly. It's so damn fascinating. And we did start to get little bits of information, little tidbits here and there.
Right.
A little bit of this with, like,
I know it was frustrating in the beginning. Like, the information is sparse on this puppy, but it really wraps up really nicely when you start to consider the drippings of facts that we do have.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Polybius, man.
That's such an interesting story.
Very fascinating. Yeah.
And like, it's something that we completely are all about too, because we play video games and whatnot. So this is definitely like in our wheelhouse, but insane.
Yeah. Would you play Polybius if there was verified proof that it existed and you had the opportunity to step in there?
I would be the person that comes back after like a week. After some people, I'd wait to see if people played it.
Yeah,
first.
for sure. You don't want to be a beta. You don't want to be an alpha player.
I'm not alpha testing this thing. No, I'm sorry. I'm just not.
Yeah.
I'll wait to see what people think about it. But I won't be the first.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even know if I'd play Tempest. It's got a lot going on.
There's a lot happening.
I couldn't even really tell what was up and down. But yeah, that's Polybius. And the reason why I wanted to kind of talk about this now is because we know the Loki series is coming. Again, it's not a sponsor. Watch it if you want, don't if you don't. But we recognize that there's a lot of little mysteries that show is going to touch on. They've already touched on DB Cooper in their trailers. I know we've seen some quick shots of Polybius in some of their teasers. And I'm really excited to see what other mysteries they might try to attribute to Loki traveling through time.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is going to be like a Loki time traveling type of show. I didn't realize that they would start touching on things like DB Cooper. You know what I mean? Like, wait, what? What's going on here?
It's wild, man. I mean, especially since DB Cooper happened in the American Northwest, around the Oregon area. This happened in the Portland area, right? Like, I don't know. Now I want to geek out on Marvel theories. But yeah, we'll do our best to see and try to react to any of the mysteries that show talks about. And maybe we've already covered them, but we got you covered. We got you.
Exactly.
All right. Well, Fredo, I'll see you back here on Monday for another mystery. How's that sound?
That sounds fantastic. If they're more video game based stuff, yes. If it's spooky stuff, I'm sick that week.
Fair enough. Christian, don't tell him.
No, Christian, tell me everything. All right, bye-bye.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In 2009, multiple people were sent friend requests from a mysterious woman claiming to look for her sister. For those who accepted, they soon found themselves embroiled in a story involving terrorist organizations, cults, and a secret war between factions. Today, we look at the story of Junko Junsui. This is Red Web. Welcome back, everybody, to Red Web. Trevor Collins here, co-host, my other co-host, Alfredo Diaz. Every week we got another mystery, boy.
Oh my goodness, this one sounds like an internet mystery.
Got an internet mystery.
I will say this is a small little fear that I have, like during the Facebook times and MySpace times or whatever. If you're even older than that, Friendster. Like 5 people got that. Like 5 people got that. GeoCities, Zanga. Oh my God, we are aging ourselves. No, I've always been afraid of just like random people sending your friend requests.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good note, and that's actually a perfect way to start this whole episode, because you need to put yourself back in the mindset of internet 2009. Okay, yeah. I know that's not a whole long time ago, but back then people were like, don't put your name on the internet. And I remember when Facebook came to my high school, because around that time it was still college only. And everyone was like, well, why would I put my real name, my real interests, and my real information on this? I'm used to MySpace, where I have a screen name. I have privacy. This is the internet. Anyone can be out there.
You also like customize your MySpace page so it doesn't even load because you have too much stuff going on.
Yeah, right. You got the glitter mouse that you don't even know where you're clicking. You got music in the background. You can't pause.
Oh my God, we're old.
Just terrible websites built on HTML. You know, you got pervs in there. Seriously though, you don't know who could be creeping around in the background of the internet.
Look, I know a lot of you guys listening. You just accept all these wild friend requests and these follows because you're chasing that clout. But it seems like we're gonna figure out what clout can get you.
Yeah, just sit down, accept Tom as your one and only MySpace friend.
I freaked out. I was like, who the hell? Who's this man? Who's this Tom?
Who is this Tom?
Who is this? Why does he know everyone? Because I didn't know that he was like owner of MySpace.
Zuckerberg, I never got a friend request from that guy. And I think Tom was, Tom was a better person. I don't know what's going on with robot Zuckerberg, but that's another mystery for another day. But why don't we dive into this one? We're going all the way back to the beginning here, June 17th, 2009. Multiple people from across the world received Facebook friend requests from a woman named Junko Junsui. When looking at her profile pictures, it showed her as an attractive young blonde woman. And in addition to the friend requests, some people received private messages from her.
That is bait. That's
It is bait.
That's bait right there. Don't do it.
One message said this, quote, "We do not know one another, not yet. I feel people's ability to share and communicate. It is my effort to allocate my labor towards such people. I have talent that is empathy. Please forgive me for being so general. There are reasons. I am in some danger if I do not obscure all articulations or if I reveal too quickly. Justice is systematic and quickly here. Please be my friend. More revealing will take place soon. Blessed be Junko." End quote.
Hell no.
Is that what you say back?
Hell no. I don't even say anything back. I don't say anything.
You got your privacy settings set to maximum security. You're not getting this.
I'll lock everything down. I'm gonna lock everything out.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, there's no best case scenario, right? Like,
there's no upside here.
There's no upside. It's probably a catfish. Like, it's all bad.
There's a lot to dive into here, and it's not good.
And the thing is this person's saying that they're in danger, yet they're over here sending friend requests on social networks. Like, no.
Listen here, Blue Eyes. I
don't buy it.
That's your danger. I'm sorry. I got to be out of here. Yeah, and when you look at the grammar of the message, it's presumed that Junko was clearly, not an English speaker. It sounds like it was either roughly translated through maybe like Google Translate, or honestly, it does sound a bit like auto-generated English speak, for lack of a better phrase, like a robo-generated English. So some users actually responded to her asking why she chose them specifically, and she claimed to have built an algorithm that found people through Google, which is very strange. Again, remember throughout this whole story, the mindset of that 2009, that early 2000s internet, because that is raising some red flags.
Right.
She elaborated to say that she was not allowed to leave her home and that she was looking for help in finding her sister. And eventually, talking with her, people figured out a few more details about her. She eventually revealed that she was a Circassian. Just for your information, since I wasn't aware of this, Circassia is a region and former country in the North Caucasus and along the northeast shore of the Black Sea. It was destroyed by the Russian-Circassian War that resulted in 91% of the Circassians being exiled from this region. And this kind of explains her knowledge of Russian and Czech that people sort of felt out over the course of many messages. And the fact that she wasn't an English first sort of speaker. So we have people all over the world getting these messages, getting these friend requests, and this made its way to a website called the Unfiction Forums. And people on this website began discussing Junko. And I should say that the Unfiction Forums are a popular ARG forum at that time. It's no longer available, it's shut down, but what they do there is discuss ARGs that are going on in the world, and we'll dive a little bit more into that, but it made its way to that website where people started to talk about it. Now we flash forward about 2 months into August of 2009. A woman by the name of Dine Setney began posting on the Unfiction Forums and privately messaging members, attacking them for investigating Junko and pretending to be her friend. She referred to Junko as her sister, but she also claimed to be searching for her missing sister. So at this point in time, it's not really clear on if Junko is her sister or if this is another person who is also looking for her sister. But what's more is she even called out members of this community by name. And I managed to find one of these messages. It's a screenshot, an archive message, but I'll read it, and it went as follows. And it's in all caps, I should say this as well. Quote, Alex, I see who you are. I see no reason why you watch my sister. Your lies to speak in earnest and report back on her. You will not be like our benefactors, keeping us always from birth under a watchful eye. Now you offer friendship but keep a dossier? This is not acceptable. End quote. Now this led people to believe it was more than an ARG, because on the unfiction forums, it was a commonly respected rule that you were out of the game when you were speaking on the forums. The forums served purely to discuss the meta and the logistics of any ongoing ARG. And so when somebody steps forward, uses your real name, and drags your personal self into the game and takes the ARG to the DMs of such a website, that's where people start to go, okay, hold on a second.
Yeah.
This has to be real then.
Ooh, that's not good. That's no bueno. You never want to be personal on the internet like that.
Oh no, for sure. And again, that's why I want to really drive home the fact that this is the early internet, right? The early 2000s. People don't tend to have an easy way to find their real name. And if you're finding someone's real name, they either know you personally or they have ways with which that you got back to their Facebook account or somehow linked it up to. It's just a red flag for sure,
right.
Especially when you're coming out and saying like, Alex, I know who you are. Like, that's really disturbing.
Yeah. Oof. That's the scary stuff where you're just like, you're going back and forth with somebody and then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like during those times, they drop some type of like personal information. Even if it's, even like way back then, it's just like, oh, okay, Tahoe. And you're just like, okay, whoa, how do you know?
Why are you saying Tahoe?
Why are you saying that? How do you know? Like, yeah, that was scary back then. If someone just knew even the general area that you were in.
Especially when they're saying like, I see who you are. And they're also building out this narrative of what's going on between, you know, what's happening with Junko or these sisters or whatever. But some still believed that it was an ARG while others believed it was real. And this led to a growing concern about safety and the participation in this story, or at least in this mystery. And again, people were receiving messages with their names, not their online handles. So at this point in time, users began advising each other to use new screen names, make new profiles. That way they couldn't be traced back to their, personal information. They couldn't be doxed in any way. And some outright responded back stating that, hey, I'm uncomfortable with this. I'm uncomfortable with having my real name being dragged into this game. And a lot of people ultimately just quit. They stopped investigating whatever was going on here and just left.
Oof.
On August 12th, Junko posted a link to an ad from a biotech company called Nippon Shin Aisei, which translates to Japan New Health in English. Now, this video claimed that Junsui was the future of humanity. There was a woman in the video who appeared to be Junko herself, and Junsui, or the, quote, sisterhood of the pure, are an evolved form of women with 3 X chromosomes instead of 2. I'm just going to read the Japanese subtitles that came up throughout the video so you can get kind of an understanding of what this video entailed. It says as follows: for countless millennia, humans have evolved unconsciously, spreading out to populate the world. For the first time ever, we may glimpse our long genetic inheritance, and from it, we may plot the path by which we wish to continue. Junko is the first child of her type to ever be born. She and the other Junsui are the children of all mankind. Through the new technology of genetic target augmentation, Junko has been gifted with only the most optimal human alleles. Junsui are the best of all we have ever been, and therefore represent the best way of coping with an uncertain future. Well, let me get your read on that first, before I proceed into what happens at the end of the video, Fredo. Let me get your read on what's happening so far, just with these subtitles.
I mean, this is...
We got genetic target augmentation, talking about the optimal human alleles.
I would have stepped so far away from this already that I am now trying to place myself in a situation that I would never put myself in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm trying to imagine, like...
I'm just trying to imagine. I mean, like, that's red flag number 50 at this point.
You're
Get
looking
the
through
hell out
a forest
of there.
of red flags.
Yeah. talk about weird genetic stuff. Like, even if this was the truth, what is the point of going down this rabbit hole?
It seems like even if this was true and this was something that was going on, and you were one of these people that received a friend request and received one of these messages, you got to take a good hard look at yourself in the mirror and say, am I about to get my human alleles modified or targeted or something? Like,
what is going on here?
It's
Public
nothing good comes from this topic.
Private information's been like fished out, and there's all types of just, I don't know. I mean, like, obviously, if you're down this far, you want to go even further, right? Like, you're already, drinking the Kool-Aid. But
in for a penny, in for a pound.
Like, I don't know. I don't know what comes from this.
Nothing good.
I would never have put myself here in the first place.
Right.
Makes no sense.
No way. Well, at the conclusion of the video, there seemed to be some sort of glitch at the end before it then showed this message, quote, "This is not the end. This is how it begins. We are ready to sacrifice ourselves to light the world. If your body is your enemy's property, then you can strike back at your enemy through your body. You can turn your body into a match to burn down your enemy's house. You are the pure light of destruction. This is how it begins. You are ready to sacrifice yourself. Your body is a matchstick, ready to catch fire. This is not the end." End quote. And with that, the video ended and it immediately played another video. In this video, that also, by the way, sounds very disconcerting.
Cultish.
That is super cultish.
That's very cultish.
Absolutely. Especially with the, be ready to sacrifice yourself. Throw yourself away for the sake of this cause, for whatever, the enemy is here. Very unsettling. But again, the video ends and then it immediately played another video. And this video depicted a nude model in various poses of either discomfort or pleasure. It kind of goes back and forth between. And I don't believe that you see anything. You can just tell she's not wearing clothes, but there's nothing like pornographic about this video. And on this video, throughout the video, I should say, there was Russian text shown on top of it. And after rough translations, it was deduced that the woman was exposed to some type of environmental exposure of some sort. There was also this reference to the Aharonov-Bohm effect, which very, very simply put, it's a scientific principle relating to quantum mechanics. I won't dive into it. I won't even pretend to know how to explain it. But
oh my god! I was about to say that's gonna go right over my head.
There's basically there's a lot of environmental exposure and something about quantum mechanics are being overlaid on this video in Russian. And among this text, there's also 4 coordinates that can be seen at various points throughout the video. And when you look at those on a map, they place themselves in Russia, in Norway, in Tibet, and Australia. And oddly enough, when you plot those points out on a map, it's revealed that they are actually along a straight line axis, which is an interesting convenience, I think.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Why not? At this point, we're plotting things on maps.
Dude, this all just sounds just like crazy talk to me.
But
I get it.
It's happening.
People are curious.
People are in there, man. And oddly enough, people obviously wanted to re-watch this video to figure out, okay, what is this Russian saying? I missed something. There's coordinates in here. If you tried to re-watch that video again, you would be met with an error message. I won't read out that error message for you. It's mostly just gibberish. It just says error, database error, cannot execute the query, and then it's a bunch of characters. However, within those characters, you can kind of decipher the word enemy and is and the, and it kind of just falls off by there, and then it says all corpse. So basically, it looks like it says the enemy is the end of all corpse or corporations or something like that. Like I said, it's a lot of characters, but within this error message, again, it says the enemy, and people figured out that you can click on the phrase the enemy, and it would take you to what appeared to be a simple Google page, just a Google search page. And then people figured out, okay, well, if I search the enemy there on that Google page, it would take me to a website for a Russian security company called Alpha Center. And the location of this security company, supposedly, like when you looked at the site and it talked about this Russian security company, in there, it talked about places that they patrolled, areas of their effect, essentially. And that sort of lined up with the Russian coordinate that was given earlier in the video as a happenstance.
This rabbit hole's so deep.
It's deep, man, and I don't know, it gets a little bit deeper here, but not too much. It's more straightforward than like Cicada got. But people then went back to the Google page and then figured out, I don't know how they did this, but they figured out if they typed in Alpha Center, which I should clarify, it sounds the same in English. It's in Russian, but that's what it means in English, is Alpha Center. But anyway, they typed in the Russian version of that into that same Google page, and it took users to what appeared to be a live video feed of a woman in a small white room. It's a very small white box, all white, very bright. And the video would only play for about 15 minutes at a time, but when people looked at this live stream, it appeared to have over 20 hours worth of total footage. And it's deeply unsettling. It's a woman, I believe she had dark hair, and she's just stood in what amounted to be like a 4x4 white box. And the camera's kind of looking down on her like a security camera. It's very much like The Ring or any of those horror movies that had that kind of trope, you know, white room.
That's what I was picturing.
Yeah, it's very unsettling. And at this point, this is where the mystery really started to obviously pick up a lot of traction and gained a lot of interest from all around the internet, not just the unfiction forums. And a subreddit was actually formed to discuss Junko Jinsui, and people began investigating Alpha Center as well, the Russian security company. Now, these Redditors found what was supposedly Alpha Center's website and claimed that when they went there, the website tracked the IP address of anybody who visited. They also said that they found a login screen on this website, and many people tried to brute force their way past it to figure out what was going on, some going so far as to message Alpha Center themselves, and I'll dive into that a little bit more later. But man, it starts to get hairy.
Yeah, I mean, like, now, you know, tracking IP addresses and stuff like that, like, I don't know, man. I'd be afraid that I'm being put on a list.
Absolutely.
I
didn't know enough about the internet back then, and I don't know what kind of age range these individuals who were, you know, looking into this were, but I knew enough to know that I should not be messing with anybody that could try to figure out my IP address, to figure out my name. I wasn't having it. I was out. I would have been so far away
gone
from this.
Yep,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Like, I'm totally with you from the very beginning of this. Like, if I get a random friend request, decline and move on. Like, that's what would have, like, that's as deep as I would have gotten. Ankle deep. But with the expansion now of privacy concerns, remember, people's names are being doxxed. With the expansion of these privacy concerns, reaching out, touching on the fact that people might track your IP address, a privacy guide was created and pinned at the top of that subreddit, warning users to, quote, if you don't know if something is real or not, beyond all reasonable doubt, assume that it is, end quote, and urged people to consider using like a VPN or use the Tor browser, which we've discussed on this show before, all different ways to hide your IP address and increase your internet footprint anonymity. But despite the growing security concerns, the mystery went on for months, with new clues being found ranging from phone numbers to notes. Like, this is such a specific thing, and we're not going to dive into all the details of every little ounce of what went down here with Junko Jinsui, but it went all the way as to such specific things as notes hidden in Chilean libraries. It got pretty wild, and most sought to figure out who was behind all of this to no avail. And that's the following months from August to October is just kind of feeling it out.
Someone that has way too much time in their hands.
Yeah. Or just like,
or is really searching for a select few, I guess, like, you know,
or someone that just needs help, right?
Yeah,
like
that's
one
true.
of the theories at this juncture is that this is real, that this Junko individual like is caught up in some mess and trying to drag others in. Or, and I want to delicately position this, but like, or that she was somebody who was mentally unwell, which is totally possible.
And it happens.
That's the problem here, is that we just don't know a whole lot at this point. And the clues, like I said, range from such wild things as like Google searches to something as specific as niche as a note hidden in a library in Chile. So wild. But anyway, those are the following months, right? This is August of 2009. And that kind of goes on for a little bit as people either fell out of this mystery. It garnered a lot of attention. And then in October of 2009 was when the last was ever heard from Jinsui and anybody else involved. That's when all the posts stopped.
Ooh.
4chan eventually got involved and started doxing members of the community that were attempting to gather information about Junko and
Why?
about this whole mystery. I'm not exactly sure. It's 4chan
What?
after all. Who knows what they're after?
That's so weird.
Yeah, and that just kind of increased the security issues. And the combination of these two factors essentially just killed the whole thing. Most people distanced themselves from Junko Junsui,
Yeah.
and the investigations kind of petered out at this point. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the space between the mystery, where I get to talk to you, the audience, the listener, the viewer, however you get to this podcast. We're on many different platforms, and I thank you all for your continued support. The podcast has been doing amazingly. Thanks to you all. And I just want to say, hey, we have some merchandise now. If you want to sip on some tea or some coffee, or maybe just hot water because you're a weirdo like that, maybe we'll make a mystery about you. There is a Red Web mug and t-shirt that you can get to continue to support the show over at store.roosterteeth.com. That's Rooster Teeth. What is that? That's the company we work for. It's also a place that you can listen to the show and leave comments if you want the show that way. But anyway, let's talk about a couple sponsors that also help bring the show directly to your eardrums. There's more to clear, effective communication than just catching spelling mistakes. Grammarly Premium gives you real-time feedback and insights to help you elevate your writing through tone, word choice, clarity, and more. In fact, our own Alfredo Diaz uses Grammarly all the time. So, Fredo, tell me a little bit about Grammarly and how you use it.
Heyo, yeah, dude. I've been using Grammarly in my household for over a year now. I use it when I'm putting out tweets and whatnot, because obviously I don't want to put out like a tweet or like an Instagram post and have like errors, especially like on Twitter where you can't correct it. And then everyone, when I'm trying to discuss something, everyone is talking about is just like the improper grammar I'm using or the misspelling of something. So I'll use it on social media. But then my girlfriend, the missus, she's currently in nursing school, and I mean, that speaks for itself. She's writing papers all the time, so when does she not use something like Grammarly? So quite handy. And especially for like on my phone, all I gotta do is click a couple buttons and it just auto corrects things that need to be corrected, and I'm all set and good to go.
Nice. Yeah, I absolutely could use this in my emails because I write a lot of them, and I don't want to look like a loon, right? I don't want to look like a fool when I'm talking to my boss. But anyway, Grammarly Premium helps you write like a pro with advanced real-time feedback. Level up your writing for work, school, or personal projects. Premium features include advanced suggestions on grammar, punctuation, sentence structure, and style, and it's perfect. It's the perfect writing tool for anyone who wants to stand out with every word. Harness the power of Grammarly on every platform with their desktop editor, their browser plugin, and the mobile app. Improve your writing on all your favorite sites and apps, on Outlook, on Gmail, Twitter, LinkedIn, and more. Don't just say it, make a statement with clear, flawless text that's sure to impress. Grammarly doesn't just correct your mistakes, it also helps build your skills as a writer. So elevate your writing today with 20% off Grammarly Premium by signing up at grammarly.com/redweb. That's 20% off Grammarly Premium at grammarly.com/redweb. We've got a very different kind of sponsor for this episode, The Jordan Harbinger Show, which is a podcast that you really should be listening to. And I know that every day somebody tells you that you have to listen to some podcast, and you nod and you say, sure, and then you never listen to it. Don't let that happen here. Jordan's show, which Apple named one of its best of 2018, is aimed at making you better informed, more critical when it comes to thinking, so you can get a sense of how the world actually works and come to your own conclusions on what's happening, even in your own brain. Each episode is a conversation with a different fascinating guest, and when they say there's something for everyone, they really mean it. In one episode, Jordan talks to a hostage negotiator from the FBI who offers techniques on how to get people to like and trust you, which sounds useful and disturbing all at the same time. Another episode tells a story of a professional art forger who somehow made millions of dollars while being chased by the feds and the mafia. One episode of Jordan's show that I absolutely recommend features Adam Savage, and that episode is titled Every Tool's a Hammer. He's a fascinating individual. I recommend you check that episode out if you know if his show Savage Builds or Mythbusters. He's a fascinating guest. Another episode I recommend features guest Jennifer L. Ebert, and they go into the science of why we are biased. So if you want to dive into the mind, especially if you like what we talk about in Red Web, you might find that one very fascinating. Jordan's always focused on pulling useful practical insights out of his brilliant guests. And they're not talking about pop psychology or wishy-washy self-help stuff here. The episodes are actually loaded with bits of wisdom that you can use to legitimately change your mind and improve your life right away. We really enjoy this show, and we think that you will as well. So search The Jordan Harbinger Show, Harb as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. So now that we've got that, that's kind of the bread and butter of this whole mystery. I'll kind of go over a quick recap just to really truncate, because I know it kind of got a little nebulous in there. So here's essentially what happened. Friend requests from a woman named Junko Junsui started appearing on random Facebook profiles. She's looking for her sister, both of which were members of a group called the Junsui. People who received messages believed it was an ARG, and a community started to form in order to investigate. And messages led to a Vimeo video, which led to a Google page, which led to Alpha Center, which then led to the video feed of the girl in the cell. And at this point, people began to put the whole story together, claiming that this Russian security group called Alpha Center was hunting and imprisoning individuals with certain genetics. This sisterhood was reaching out in order to get help, to find missing members, and perhaps to free individuals who had been captured. And this is where the narrative of the Junsui versus the Alpha Center started to emerge, with different community members taking sides. And this, I want to say, is probably why, 4chan, I think, in looking at this, those users tended to land on the Junsui side, where the originating Unfiction forum users kind of fell on the Alpha Center side. And I think that kind of adversity is why 4chan maybe was kind of doxing individuals, because it became like an us versus you sort of thing.
Okay.
And the reason why the Unfiction folks went on the Alpha Center side was because of those messages that I read out earlier from Dying, and how aggressive they were, and the fact that they were kind of going after people's real names. And so that's why they kind of landed on that side. But that's where we're at. That's the kind of Junko Junsui mystery in a nutshell. But it's not the end per se. There's a couple other trickling details here to touch on.
Okay.
But they don't come for another couple years.
Could you imagine? Just thinking that it's dead and over and done with.
I would have run away. If I ran from this and it cropped back up 5 years on, I'm just going, all right, that's enough. What is this? What's going on?
Exactly. Having something like this just like follow, just like, come on. That must be so annoying.
Oh, absolutely.
Like just having that over your shoulder. That's why you just don't mess with stuff like
spooky,
that.
dude.
It's too wild.
Yeah. So 5 years later, in 2014, an app called Alpha Archive, and again, this is the Russian spelling, but English pronunciation, was released on the Apple App Store. This app continued the story of Alpha Center and the Junsui. Users interacted with a hacker via this app who was leaking hidden information. Users were then given information to log into secret military websites and hidden servers that gave access to Alpha Center documents and photos, and the app asked for permission to use the camera and location services of the phone, which led to a lot of paranoia among users. At one point, the hacker, who again was in the app, asked users for money to access further documentation, and that starts to become a bit of a red flag, in addition to the many others. And what's interesting here is that users were also asked to download a Chrome extension called Alpha Cipher.
No.
And
Gotta
that...
give them access to your computer.
Right, man.
Jeez. Get away from this.
Yeah, you don't take the spirit off the VHS tape and inject it into every electronic you've got in the house. I'm just saying. You just don't do it. But these users were asked to download a Chrome extension called Alpha Cipher that was supposedly meant to help them in their journeys for finding information by providing access to a, quote, a dark net of phantom pages and websites.
See? It just gets as if it couldn't get any worse. Now we're talking darknet.
We're talking about phantom pages in the darknet. This extension would occasionally play a hidden video on some sites, seemingly at random. And I don't know if that just means I'm doing my normal browsing and this extension injected this video to me or not. Christian, I don't know if you happen to know by chance. Were these videos just kind of crop up on normal browsing websites or specific websites at random?
It was hard to tell from research. One specific example, they played the video on, I think it was the Facebook page for American Express.
Weird.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's so random.
And it involved, in that specific example I saw, they had to write a specific message in a comment on the page, and then that triggered what was basically a glitch effect on screen, and then the video played on the webpage.
What? So it's like an Easter egg mixed with a
right,
video.
all
It's
this-
weird.
All this is pretty scary, but I mean, that's kind of cool.
But that I'll be honest, that was pretty neat.
That's pretty cool. I'll be real with you on that one.
Well, to make things more interesting, I'll say, it was supposedly released, this Chrome extension, by WikiLeaks, with Edward Snowden himself having offered input on the technical aspects of the
hell.
extension. However, the extension has since been removed, thankfully, from the Chrome Web Store, and thus concludes the points in history, the facts that we have surrounding the Junko Junsui mystery. And that leaves us with the theories. And I want to say this before we dive into the theories. For years following the events, because what I like to do, regardless of our own predispositions, when we talk about these topics, is really get into the mindset of the individuals kind of living these mysteries in the moment. Because that's one of the unique elements that we have when talking about internet-based mysteries, is that they're kind of like in our recent history. We can imagine being there along the way. Some of them that we've talked about are still unfolding right now. But again, there was years between, these apps and extensions coming out and the meat of the mystery. And for the years following these events, people had taken sides on what was really going on with Junko Junsui. But what's interesting here is that most people truly just couldn't tell. Was it real? Was it fake? And if it was fake, was it an ARG? Or was it a social experiment? Who created it? Why was it created? Was it promoting
Right.
something? What's going on here? There's just, you want to lean one way or the other, but still there's so many questions left. And on one hand, there's clues here that unfold that could be followed, right? Like a puzzle.
So many ways to dissect it.
Right. But on the other hand, there was widespread condemnation for how this was handled, assuming it was an ARG. This is not how ARGs are handled. And there's like no rules. There's no outline for how to take part in this experiment. It just kind of was. It was just something that existed. And, there's a lot of real threads being pulled on and a lot of real people being doxxed. There's a lot of privacy concerns. It really, crossed the line between real and fake here. And that's kind of where the theories are going to focus on A, if this is real, or B, if this is, imaginary.
How is there no internet government task force? You know what I mean? Like
the
to
Red
go
Web Task
after
Force.
this stuff. Oh no, the Red Web Task Force. Look, I don't want to be a part of that task force, man. Get me away from that.
You just created the task force. You're man number one.
Look,
You're my
be
guy in the chair.
partial finder of said. No, the guy in the chair. No, it won't
Okay,
end
fine.
well
I'll be
for
in the
guy
chair.
in the
You're
chair.
in the field.
Well, no. The chair. It sounds like it might be a comfy chair. I'll sit in the chair.
I'll get you a nice ergonomic one. I'll get it all broken in, pre-worn. Oh man, the task force. Now that's interesting. Maybe we'll have
I'm
to do
assuming
something
there.
with
I'm sure there is. It's just go after
CIA,
this stuff.
that. The MI5.
That's
It's-
wild.
yeah,
Hunt this down.
People need to start digging into this stuff. So let's take a look at both sides of this. So let's start with theory number one, assuming that this is real. Because there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of threads here being pulled on that are real. And there's a lot to really substantiate that this was something, that what was being said was reality. Okay,
Right.
so point number one would simply be that the sisterhood that was referred to over and over throughout this whole thing is a real terrorist organization. In fact, there was one point in time where Junko herself warned of an impending attack. And I believe it was the next day, but some say within the hour of that message, of that warning, there was an actual suicide bomber that struck somewhere in Russia near where Junsui was apparently located. Furthermore, Dain, the individual that came forward, who was Junko's sister, supposedly, and a group called the Black Widows, were also found on a real terrorist watch list, complete with videos of them in action. And on top of all of that, Junsui and sisterhood were both synonymous terms to that of the Black Widows, who targeted Russian security companies in the Caucasus region, which, if you recall, is the same region that Junko identified herself as kind of coming from, as a Circassian. And so there's a lot here that really substantiate that, like, okay, the Russian task force is here. Maybe there's more to this Junsui group than we realize. Maybe it's not this genetic focused thing. Maybe it's a terrorist group. I don't know. But furthermore, to complicate it even more, or I guess to like really drive this home, Alpha Center is a real security company in Russia. And users involved in the game actually messaged the company about the woman in the cell and other very damning claims that emerged from this story.
Ooh.
And, you know, many of these users that reached out assumed that this was an ARG, and they had no clue that they were actually reaching out to a real Russian security firm. And they found out when the company responded back threatening litigation.
Oh,
And this scared off a lot of people from
Yeah.
messaging or trying to brute force their way into their website.
rightfully so.
Yeah.
That's oh, man. There was just so many like reasons not to do this.
Oh,
At
there's
all.
so
Just-
many just blunders happening here.
Front to back, man. It's just
let
big
this
no-nos.
be a warning to anybody who thinks that they're stepping into a mystery or they find themselves
Yeah.
involved in some actual ARG or whatever. Don't, just take it easy.
Yeah.
Let somebody else do all the more nefarious things. But one last point to really drive home the reality here was that there was a North Korean phone number. And on one of the many websites that was discovered as part of this story, there was a phone number listed that was connected to the North Korean government. And so that's pretty much all of the real world connectivity that we have here. Theory number 2 is that this is imagined in some way, that this is an ARG or a social experiment or what have you. Well, I don't need to go very much further because in 2014, I know this might be somewhat of a letdown, but 2 individuals named Rob Outen and Patrick Marcasano came forward and claimed that this was an ARG. Maybe not in those words, but they claimed that they created this as an event. Outen himself was an established video game writer, having worked on titles such as Gears of War Judgment and The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. They claimed that they conceptualized the idea back in 2007, and they admitted that the project took on a life of its own as more and more people became involved, and that it became, quote, impossible to control. Which, yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yep. It just got out of hand.
Yeah. It's worth noting here that, again, they never explicitly called this an ARG. I don't know if this was some sort of just storytelling piece. I believe in subsequent interviews, they claimed that they were just looking to garner an audience. What they did with that audience was never really planned. And eventually, what they said was down in 2014, when the app came forward and they tried to monetize the app, that's when they tried to essentially monetize whatever audience they had garnered. I think that kind of failed.
Yep.
So they also went forward and tried to discredit many of the multiple real-world claims that are very clearly apparent here. So as far as the terrorist organization piece, they said Dine was a fictional character, that the footage was something that they shot with their friends, that the website that listed them as a terrorist organization was a private security firm that simply believed in the Junko stories that had been propagated. That there was no real-world activity here. It's just that this private security firm believed it themselves. They believed this story about Junko. And that the suicide bombing that happened the day after Junko's warning, that was just, it was unconnected. It was an unfortunate coincidence.
Whoa. They believed it, but didn't believe it that much.
Yeah, so this is them kind of, the creators of this story, debunking systematically all of the reasons why people thought this was real. And it kind of made it more complicated when a real-world Russian company came forward and was like, okay, we believe these Junko Junsui stories, and started to kind of put those on their website in some way, or, you know, list these characters as terrorists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alpha Center was in fact a real company that was founded in 2013, which was 4 years after Junko Junsui, began. And so that's another easy way to invalidate the fact that this was real. And then when it came to the North Korean attachment, it was a real connection to the North Korean government, because what happened was people from the North Korean government tried to reach out to these characters in the game, like Junko, for example, and that inadvertently led them to the creators of this game. And the two of them kind of wanted to capitalize on the fact that they had the attention of the North Korean government. And so they responded back in character and kind of used this connection to further enhance the story. So they kind of systematically debunked all of the things that people were leaning on when they were really worried about this being real.
So with the North Korean note, did a little bit more digging. The individual that had reached out to Outen and Mark Asano, they worked for the North Korean Foreign Ministry and were doing outreach looking for military contractors and private security companies, and they had actually messaged the Alpha Center website, and that's how the correspondence began.
Oh, so they could have like started a little business.
Exactly. Yeah. So Outen and Mark Asano, they got that message and they said, well, we need to perpetuate this and keep this going, so let's see where this leads.
That's wild. In regards to like people getting doxxed by Dine, the character Dine, they said that they only used names that were visible on users' social media profiles. And so maybe they did a little extra digging that made people feel uncomfortable. You know, if it wasn't like right there on the Unfiction website.
They moved on to the next person.
Yeah, maybe if it was like a couple clicks away, then someone's like, how did you easily find that? That's kind of unsettling. I don't know about that. You know, a lot of people really don't. This is the most controversial ARG that comes to mind. That might be of all time, really. Because a lot of people really don't like how it was handled, the fact that it essentially followed no rules, that a lot of people were really concerned about their own personal safety. There's just a lot going on here. But ultimately, this debunking here was their kind of all persons fictitious disclaimer that was trying to state that this was all, you know, that's had no relation to real events, and any correlation to real world events were simply coincidence. But what makes it difficult to really delineate everything is that it's clear that, you know, they tried to blur the lines between reality and fiction in a way that tried to, you know, in order to create like an immersive story that felt truly real, but perhaps like too real.
I'm about to say too real.
Yeah, too real.
I mean, you're getting like, I don't know, you're getting these companies and governments involved. Like,
yeah, you got the North Korean government involved. That's impressive, but also like,
like you're getting like everyday people like sucked into that same pot. A bit much.
So this was a really interesting one. I really liked, like, I want to hear how people felt about it, because I was concerned, you know, that this would fall flat having turned out that it was an ARG. You know, there's mysteries that we do want to kind of discuss. That some of them do kind of have a resolution in the end.
I like that this has a resolution, because every once in a while I'm just like,
right.
Damn.
You kind of want to know.
But I like that.
But I also hope it doesn't undermine the kind of eeriness that goes along with it, because like it's kind of like a ride, you know. You're in there, you're sympathizing with everybody involved, and at the end you kind of have that nice button of, well, at least it wasn't real. At least the security issues and were all like unfounded.
No, that's how it played out for me. I was just like, everybody run, get away from it. And then at the end, just knowing that, like, okay, it wasn't as serious, and I actually got to know what this is about. This time.
Yeah.
There was an actual conclusion to this. I'm about it.
Yeah, every now and then it's nice to know that there are no monsters in the closet, at least not this time. Maybe under the bed, but not.
Trust me, we've had a ton of things where we just don't know about, and it's just like, you know. There's also some really cool stuff that we like talk about that we could probably revisit in a future episode.
Oh, for sure.
And then there's also like things that are going on today.
Yeah.
That we could soon visit. You talk about this monolith?
Exactly. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that a little bit, because I was talking to Christian last night. I wanted to do a whole episode on it, but there just isn't any information. There's nothing to talk about. But I'd be remiss. I'm really happy that you brought it up, because this monolith in Utah disappeared. Apparently, another one showed up in Norway or something.
Popping up, disappearing. I'm just like, ooh, there's some red web stuff here.
There's some mystery going on.
Yo, get the task force going.
Get the task force. Dial them up. That's us. Who you gonna call? Fredo.
No, don't call me.
No?
I ain't gonna answer.
You got a blinking red light. You got about 500 messages. Okay.
Someone's gonna
Delete.
be like in the middle of the field, in the middle of all of it, and just go like, "Look, I got a guy," and then it's like, "Nope, I don't." It went straight to voicemail.
I got a guy. He blocked my number. We'd be like the worst Men in Black. We'd be like, nope. That sounds spooky as hell. Not doing it. All right, well, that concludes another mystery. Well, not so much a mystery this week, but every Monday, as you know, we dive into a new mystery. And if you have one that you've stumbled into on the internet, in real world, feel free to suggest it to us on Twitter or in the reviews if you're listening on iTunes or on the website, roosterteeth.com. There's a lot of ways to listen to this show. And we really appreciate all the feedback. You guys have suggested so many different topics. I know you've been clamoring for an ARG, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one as we kind of cook up a couple more on the back burner. But anyway, thank you all for listening. We'll see you guys next week for another mystery.
Bye-bye.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In 1996, hundreds of strange, bizarre messages were posted across a multitude of different Usenet groups. No one knows what the purpose of these messages was or who was making them. Today, we analyze what has been regarded as one of the internet's oldest, most famous mysteries, the Markovian Parallax Denigrate. This is Red Web. Hello, everybody. I'm Trevor Collins. As always, your mystery enthusiast. With me again, Alfredo Diaz. We are stepping back onto the net, back into the 90s internet to be specific.
Ooh.
We got a classic one here.
Okay. All right. I guess a lot of people have heard about this one, or maybe have heard in passing about it. Whispers on the internet.
Whispers on the breath of the internet. What's interesting about this one is that it didn't really seem to get popular until these recent years. It was kind of not really talked about. As you can imagine, a lot of the mysteries that touch onto the older internet, a lot of that is just lost to time.
Right. Yep.
Especially, once we get into it, you'll see why, but especially with the nature of this one. It just didn't stand out in a particular way at the time, and a lot of people overlooked it, and it was almost lost to the halls of the internet, to time, I should say. It was just lost.
That's just I don't know. That's something that has been popping up, and whether it's stuff like this or video games, etc., just things coming back to life. Like nowadays, the release of something and it not being popular doesn't mean that it's gone forever or that it's lost, right? We've had so many, like, branching off into video games real quick. We have so many games like Among Us or Siege where just like no one really played them or knew of them. But then years later, here they are, like bigger than ever. So
Yeah.
it's really crazy that, back in the day, it's like if something launched and it failed, most likely it's just like done. Still the case, but you can revamp it, work with it, tweak it, and bring it back.
Right. I mean, and it's like the common cold, all it takes is one person to remember these very niche mysteries or topics from the internet and then bring them back into, whether it's in their creations, like you're saying, like in a video game, or in their stories or whatever. For example, I know in the comments and in the reviews from the previous weeks, John Titor was in a very popular anime, which I wasn't aware of until we put that out. Yeah. So some people didn't even know about him per the real world. They just knew about him per this anime show, which was really fascinating to hear about. Yeah.
But cool all at the same time.
Yeah. So the Markovian parallax denigrate is a relatively simple mystery as far as the timeline or the story that encapsulates what went down. Really, like many of the mysteries that I find the most interesting, this one lives the most in its theories, in trying to answer what was behind it, who it was, etc. But without further ado, why don't we dive right into the timeline of Markovian parallax denigrate. So this goes back to August 5th, 1996, and hundreds of messages start appearing across several different Usenet group postings. Now, if you listen to this show for a long time, I've talked about the Usenet services back in the Satoshi Nakamoto episode when we discussed Bitcoin, but I'll download a little bit more information about that for you now and here. And again, with these technical-centric topics, I'll try to keep it as layman as possible. Just common terms, try to make it as simple as possible. And if I oversimplify it or misexplain things, bear with me. I'm not a super coder. I try to understand these topics to the best of my own ability, you know what I mean? But let's get in there. A Usenet essentially allows users to communicate via groups from one PC to another across the world. Users can read and post messages to each other via specific categories known as news groups. And this eventually paved the way for what you would know as today's internet forums, but those familiar to old school computing and computers back in the day, you might recognize a similarity here between this and the bulletin board system. Essentially, posts in a Usenet are organized by threading of a certain topic and replying to each other, but they all appear sequentially in the order that posts were made. So that's the quick and dirty on what Usenet is. Now, hundreds of messages are appearing on this one day in particular back in 96. And the majority of these posts are being made in different Christian groups. I have a handful here, a list of them, and I'll read off a couple of them, but essentially that's the main point here. Some of the Christian groups were named things like alt.religion.christian or rec.music.christian or uk.religion.christian or alt.fans.jesus-christ. So there's that's kind of the address of a Usenet. Kind of similar to a website, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But again, just for the sake of it, Usenet kind of predated the internet. Very similar in a lot of ways, but also different in other ways that aren't necessary to dive into. So in addition to the posts made in each of these groups, some individual users also received strange messages themselves. Each message was a string of seemingly random words, so no one really thought much of it at the time. And this is also why it's such a mystery, again, and why this is lost to time, because when these messages came up, they're like, well, this just looks like spam, or this is meaningless, moving about my life.
So were these messages in like DMs or something like that, like private messages, or?
Yeah, it sounds like some of them were posted publicly in these threads, right? And then others were messages towards specific people.
Oh, okay. So this was sent via DM, and sometimes it was just
to the group. Yeah.
Yeah, replied to like the group or the person in like a public forum or something.
You can almost think of it as a Reddit post as opposed to a subreddit, which is a collection of posts. You just think of one post within that subreddit. Think of that as the Usenet group. You see all the comments. You can order them from new to old. That's how they would be displayed. There's threading, or you could DM a specific person instead. But fortunately, and perhaps maybe the only reason why this mystery is even known to us these days, one of the messages was actually saved and archived. And I have that message for you here. If you want to see the raw message, we will post a screenshot of that, as always, on our social pages at RedWebPod. But I want to read this whole thing. There's a lot of gibberish in here, but I want to read it just so you can get a strong idea of what this message kind of is about. And there's a couple keywords in here that I want you to listen for that I might come back to, which is why I want to read the whole thing.
Okay.
Here's the body of one of the more popular messages from this event. And it's worth noting that this message was also in the alt.religion.christian.boston-church group. And it goes as follows, quote, jitterbugging, McKinley Abe, break Newtonian, inferring caw update Cohen, hair collaborate Rue, sports writing Rococo, invocate Tossel Shadflower, Debbie Sterling pathogenesis, escritoire, adventitious novo ITT, most chairperson Dwight Herzog, different pinpoint dunk McKinley, pendant firelight, Uranus, Episodic, Medicine, Diddy, Craggy, Flogging, Variac, Brotherhood, Web, Impromptu, File, Continence, Inheritance, Cohesion, Refrigerate, Morphine, Napkin, Inland, Janiro, Nameable Yearbook, Hark. End quote. That's probably the weirdest thing I've ever had to quote in my life.
You're just making a whole bunch of stuff up. You're just messing with me now. None of that.
Yeah, you get the point. It is a long list of random words. McKinley's in there twice. Web is a proper noun, W-E-B-B. We'll come back to that in the theories. Dwight Herzog, or at least the name Herzog, I feel like has cropped up in another mystery of ours randomly. Something that comes to mind, but interesting. That's the message.
Whole bunch of just jumbled messes.
Yes. And the subject line of the message was Markovian, parallax, denigrate. Interestingly, each message was from a different email address, and there seemed to be little to no correlation between any of them. The length of the posts themselves also varied greatly, and the posts did not continue after this day. So essentially, August 6th, boom, hundreds of messages. The next day, it's crickets again. But most of these messages, or at least to the best of our understanding, had this very same subject line, Markovian, parallax, denigrate, hence the namesake for this mystery. But yeah, that is essentially everything we know or believe we know from this whole event. And the rest is really trying to decipher the very limited information we have about this and everyone's popular theories around that kind of deciphering. But the main question worth asking here is, why the name Markovian parallax denigrate?
Yeah, what is that supposed to mean? Like, what's the importance there? So this was just the time before the internet, or like earlier internet days. Random jumbled messages. And
It seems like it could just be a random word generator, you know.
And there seems to be some sort of importance here with this.
Well, see, that's why, you know, imagine you're in 96 and you're in one of
Right.
these Christian groups and you get a message that reads like this. And, you know, one thing worth mentioning here is that this is essentially spam. And at this point in time, spam wasn't like super prolific. It wasn't super common like it is today, where you constantly get texts and calls and emails from junk. The first real instance of major spam use on Usenet, to my research, was earlier in the 90s, in 1994, where a law firm essentially used Usenet groups to blast out advertisement for themselves. So essentially, even though spam isn't super common, people have heard of situations like this happening on Usenet. And so you imagine you get something that looks like a garbled mess like this, you would imagine that you'd probably gloss over it, that you wouldn't put much stock in this, and you'd continue using your group as designed and forget about this, which is almost why this got forgotten.
Yeah, you think it's like an error, or maybe just like a coding issue, or something's wrong with the site or whatnot. You know what I mean? Like some kind of error in some way, shape, or form.
Right. But the word Markovian appeared in the messages roughly 8 times as frequent as other words, which is interesting. So a lot of people took to the messages and tried to break them down statistically to figure out if there's any patterns with the frequency of words or with the usage of certain words. And it turned out that Markovian appeared in these messages roughly 8 times as frequently as any of the other words. And it's also worth noting that some of the more frequently used words in the very same group that message that I read came from was Cindy and Thimbu, which both had 8 occurrences. I'm not sure if there's any sort of meaning behind those or any significance, but it is interesting to see that the next most popular words are the name Cindy and the word Thimbu. But another way to look at this is to look at the messages and realize that those feel like a jumbled amount of words. The subject matter or the subject line could also be a jumbled set of words, such as Markovian, parallax, denigrate. But since that subject line was on a multitude of messages, not all of them, but most of them, it seemed like there was more importance behind these words. So I'd be inclined to break them down individually and kind of define them to see if there's some sort of message behind them. Markovian, we'll start with that one, likely refers to the Russian mathematician Andrei Markov, specifically the Markov property and the Markov chain. A Markov chain, to put it perhaps too simply, is a chain of events whereby each event's likelihood of happening is based purely on the outcome of the most recent event. It's usually defined by a series of random values, and the Markov property essentially just describes a memoryless process. Now, we'll get a little bit more into this definition and the implications of this being a Markov chain in the theories section. But one last piece to note before we move on is that Andrei Markov himself was an atheist, and I think that stands out only because most of these messages were left in Christian-centric groups. I don't know if there's any attachment there or any relevance, but I thought it was interesting. As far as parallax, per Wikipedia, it is, quote, a displacement or difference in the apparent position of an object viewed along two different lines of sight. So essentially, let's just think of an example. If you are on the far left side of the end zone on a football field, and I'm on the far right side, if both of us are looking at an object or a person in the very middle of the field, it's obviously the same person. However, we will both see slightly different backdrops, as it were, specifically because we have different lines of sight to the same object. That's all that describes. And finally, denigrate, per Merriam-Webster, is, quote, to attack the reputation of, defame, or to deny the importance or validity of, to belittle, end quote. So I don't know if there's a clean way to put this all together. If you're trying to deny the importance of someone's perspective on random variable, I don't know. It doesn't really jump out to you with obvious meaning, but it is.
No, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This all just seems so random. Like,
seems very random, right?
It's so. Yeah, I mean, so far to me right now, it just seems like it's just like random postings on an old type of way of the internet. And
right.
That's about it.
Yeah, and it makes you at this point question. Okay, sure, this is something that happened in '96. It was maybe one of the first widespread spam events. But why are we talking about this?
Yeah.
Why? What is the importance behind this at this juncture?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we lead into the theories. So theory number one, as with many of the topics that we discuss, is that this was in fact simply a troll posting spam. Occam's razor would kind of seem to lean that direction. And if you're not familiar with Occam's razor, that's simply the idea that the simplest explanation for something is typically the right one. It essentially asks the question, why add complexity when there is none, right?
Yeah.
So simply enough, maybe this is just spam. Some even believed that the content of the different fields of these messages, right, the from section, the subject line, the organization, the body of the message, etc., included words that were all just pulled from a list, which, if this was a series of spam posts, might be something that someone would want to do. So that way it looks like it's more prolific, right? That there's tons of emails behind this, but in fact, it's just spoofing these emails, pulling them from a generated list, and blasting people out there with these messages to give the illusion that it's bigger than it is. And the last point on this particular theory is that because most of these posts were made in Christian-centric groups, it is theorized that perhaps whoever's doing this was a member of one of these groups and was just kind of hitting up all the groups that they were the most familiar with. Because spam really doesn't know any bounds. It doesn't really hold itself to any particular type of group or type of email or type of whatever. The whole point of spam is to just get out there.
Yeah.
So, but that's really all the theory behind this being a troll posting spam has to offer. And now, again, this is really where the mystery starts to crack open in interesting ways. Now, the next theory states that this event was a part of a Markovian chain experiment. Now, this theory builds off of how we defined Markovian earlier in the episode, but again, just in case, the Markov chain is essentially a sequence of possible events in which the probability of each event depends specifically and only on the state attained from the previous event. So think of dominoes, right? Each domino hits the other one. You hit the first one, you know the last one's going to go down.
Right, there's a chain.
Exactly. But here, every given domino is not looking at any other domino except for the one right in front of it. Any given domino is only going to do something depending on what happens to the one before it. So it's essentially a series of events, a whole chain of events that has no memory. And essentially, the last domino doesn't know that the first domino exists, right? It's
Yeah.
only being hit by the second to last domino. And that's a very, very quick analogy for what we're kind of exploring here. But a Markov chain can be used to create models of behavior and to predict the probability of the model jumping from one state to another. And Markov chains are in fact used to program chatbots, for example. The most famous example of this is Mark V. Cheney. So let's go back to 1984. We have two programmers, Rob Pike and Brad Ellis. They created Cheney and released it onto Usenet. So Cheney was essentially one of these chatbots, and it was released into the net.singles group, which was focused on online dating. An excerpt from one of Cheney's posts looked like this. And again, you're going to see some similarities here. Quote, "It looks like Reagan is going to say, Oh yes, I was looking for. I'm so glad I remembered it. Yeah, what I have wondered if I had committed a crime. Don't eat with your assessment of Reagan and Mondale. Up your nose with a guy from a firm that specifically researches the teenage market. As a friend of mine would say, it really doesn't matter. It looks like Reagan is holding back the arms of the American eating public have changed dramatically. And it got pretty boring after about 300 games." End quote. So that's probably the second most insane thing that I'll ever have to quote on this show.
What is this conspiracy on about?
So essentially, this conspiracy, this particular theory is trying to say that the Markovian parallax denigrate was a widespread Markovian experiment. Essentially, and I'll jump to my kind of personal conjecture on the matter before we come back to this Cheney bot. Because to me, when researching the word Markovian and figuring out what each of these words mean and how they might all stitch together and putting it into this context especially, it immediately reminded me of a computer virus, or at the very least, some sort of self-propagating program. Because remember, a Markovian process is essentially a memoryless entity. It acts like spam or like a computer virus, which has a specific goal, which is to propagate, but might only do one thing. When a creator releases a computer virus, they don't know essentially where it's going to go. They only really know what it's meant to do.
Right.
And sometimes not even that. But with no memory and no plan, you can't really tell what's going to happen or where a particular process will wind up, which to me, when looking at these messages and how random they were, it just seems to me like a message that was created on the fly. Like each word was literally randomly generated based on whatever the previous word was, and that maybe they released it into one Usenet group to start, and then it self-propagated. And maybe it just, because of that self-propagation, because each action is only based on the previous action, maybe somewhere within that it got trapped in a subset of Usenet groups. Maybe it followed particular users, or maybe it followed particular keywords, and maybe that explains why it's propagating through all of these Christianity groups rather than just widespread out there. Perhaps these messages all started with a handful of random anchor words or phrases, and then the rest of the messages, as well as where the messages were posted, were created on the fly based on random events created by the program itself, such as words used in the messages. And the theory doesn't purport to say that some sort of nefarious thing is afoot, but it tries to say that, hey, maybe, especially because a lot of these emails used on these messages or listed on these messages are from educational institutions, maybe a group of individuals created some sort of Markovian system as an experiment on the internet or on the Usenet, threw it out there, and then that day they also shut it down because they saw how quickly it propagated, and then they just wanted to see what happened, see how far it went, see what kind of messages it came up with, if it somehow learned along the way. Maybe it was a failed experiment, or maybe it was just a, I wonder what this will do.
So some kind of like spam virus that they release into a certain section of like an internet forum or something like that, and then it just sort of domino effect.
Yeah. I mean, the theory doesn't really state what the experiment's purpose would be. Outside of maybe this is what the experiment was. Hey everyone, Trevor here as always, just parting the seas of the mystery for a couple quick housekeeping notes. As you might have heard in the last podcast, we have merch now. If you want to sip sap on that tea or that coffee, if you want to get a mug, we have that. And we also have a Red Web shirt. Just head to store.roosterteeth.com. There are sales going on right now for the holidays, so you can go check that out, see if you can get that in there with one of those discounts. Thank you for supporting the show. Another way to do that is to let people know. You can follow us on social media where we have photos of some of the stuff we talk about that's visual at RedWebPod. I talk about it all the time, but you can follow us there and support us, or you could tell a friend. It's another great way to support the podcast. Thank you all so much. If you've been shouting us out in various ways, it means a lot to us. But all right, now on to the folks that pay some of the bills to keep the lights on so we can do what we do. We've got a different kind of sponsor read for this episode, actually. The Jordan Harbinger Show, which is a podcast you really should be listening to. And I know that every day someone's telling you that you have to listen to some podcast, and you nod, you say sure, and then you never listen to it. But don't let that happen here. Jordan's show, which Apple has named one of its best of 2018, is aimed at making you a better informed, more critical thinker so you can just get a sense of the world and how it actually works and come to your own conclusions about what's happening even inside your own brain. Each episode is a conversation with a different fascinating guest, and when they say there's something for everyone, they really mean it. In one episode, Jordan talks to a hostage negotiator from the FBI who offers techniques on how to get people to like and trust you, which sounds useful and disturbing all at the same time. Another episode actually tells the story of how a professional art forger somehow made millions of dollars while being chased by both the feds and the mafia, which is pretty nuts. Two episodes I would recommend you check out if you're a listener of this show would be True Confessions of a Fake Psychic and Writing, Directing, and Surviving the Movie Game. So if those sound fascinating to you, I encourage you to check those out. But what's more is Jordan's always focused on pulling useful, practical insights out of his brilliant guests. And they're not just talking about pop psychology or wishy-washy self-help stuff here. The episodes are loaded with bits of wisdom that you can use to legitimately change your mind and improve your life right away. We really enjoy this show, and we think you will as well. So search The Jordan Harbinger Show, Harb as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. But as far as the question as to why does this exist, what was the purpose outside of it being an experiment, let's reflect back on this Shaney bot and kind of look at some of the purposes behind that existing and see if we can't draw on any of that. So what's interesting is obviously that Shaney bot is in there with the online dating group. And some of the users saw through this immediately. They saw the obvious nonsensical postings and correctly assumed that Shaney was some sort of spam bot and moved on. They just ignored it. However, others did think Shaney was a real person, and theories ranged from thinking that they were merely an eccentric individual to being some sort of secret artificial intelligence project that was deployed in the group for field testing. Pike himself recalled that at one point there was a real-life meetup that was organized for the net.singles group. Some members talked about whether or not this Mark individual would show up. And I think Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, but Mark was meant to meet up with this Shaney person, right?
Correct. People were thinking, well, they were saying that Mark was Shaney.
Oh, they were saying that Mark was Shaney.
Yeah, when they say wondering whether or not Mark would show up, they were referring to Mark Shaney.
Interesting. So I guess this is where the theory really stems from, is this event and this kind of experiment in the 80s. So drawing from this to answer your question in the theoretical terms, what is the purpose of this experiment? I guess whoever created it might not have known where it was going to go, but the people that push this theory forward are saying, well, maybe they were hoping that some sort of AI, artificial intelligence, could be rolled out from this type of coding, because it was basically developing language on the fly. It was self-propagating. It was making decisions based on whatever was most recently happening exclusively. Others kind of theorize, is this a way for a computer to learn? Is this a way for a computer to interact with people? Is there a way to fool people into thinking that an AI or this code is a real person? There's a lot of reasoning behind it. And Pike and Ellis themselves had multiple reasons for creating and releasing the bot, but the primary one was a desire for, quote, these complicated sort of postmodernist pranks they were playing on the internet, end quote. So ultimately, despite theories wanting to say that maybe there was something more nefarious afoot, it could just simply be that this was a prank or something done to see what would happen.
Oh, interesting. So just kind of like coders or engineers and whatnot, just trying to see what would happen if they released this thing onto the internet. And it kind of seemed to just kept doing its thing. Weird.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And this is starting to make some sort of sense.
It starts to open up even more in the next theory, believe me.
Okay. Because at first I was like, this just seems like spam. And we're just
It
talking
absolutely
about
does.
spam that got reported.
Exactly. And so then you're like, okay, well, this is just spam. Okay, fine. Maybe this is like some sort of spam with intent behind it. And then, well, comes theory 3.
No, okay. All right, now we're starting to open this up.
So theory 3 states that this is a secret code, that there was some sort of hidden cipher embedded in these posts, or that they were essentially text versions of a number station, which is an entirely different subject in and of itself. If you aren't familiar with number stations, those typically are Russian or USSR number stations that broadcast and have been broadcasting since the Cold War, and they just repeat numbers. They're very odd, to say the least, and maybe we'll cover those in a future episode. But going back to this being a secret code, the name on the most popular post from this event was Chris Brokerage, but the email address for the account was listed as Susan Lindauer at wharf.uwsp.edu. After investigating this email address a little bit more closely, it was discovered that UWSP could stand for University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point. In fact, at that university, there was a student named Susan Lindauer. She was a graduate student at UWSP, although she did graduate in 1994, which was 2 years prior to the post being made. And when asked about the postings, she also denied any involvement, saying, quote, "I've never heard of it." So this ties back to the theory that perhaps this was in fact a spam event, that it's possible that whoever was making these posts spoofed her email in addition to others, but it also does corroborate the fact that many of the emails used were educational system, right? The .edu emails. However, that's not really the end of the line. This is just the beginning of this other individual, also by the name of Susan Lindauer. And this is where it gets very strange and very nebulous and kind of hard to pin things down, because there's a lot that goes into this particular individual. But this Susan Lindauer was a formal journalist who, at the time of the postings, was working in the press office for Senator Carol Moseley Brown. She spent a considerable amount of time ingratiating herself into circles focused on discussing counterintelligence and counterterrorism. She claimed to know the true culprit, for example, behind the Lockerbie bombing. And just for those who aren't aware, the Lockerbie bombing was a bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 in 1988, unfortunately resulting in the death of 270 individuals and marking it as the deadliest terror attack in UK history. Multiple agencies believed it to be the work of the Libyan government. However, she said that she had a contact in the CIA who informed her that the bombing was the work of someone else. So immediately, this Susan Lindauer is already setting up a track record of, like I said, counterintelligence, counterterrorism, but she's also claiming to have contacts within the CIA and that she has real information that the public doesn't have, that the public is being told, for example, on this unfortunate bombing, that it's the Libyan government that's doing it. But she is now laying down what is going to be a pattern of, well, actually, I know who it really was. So this is a really interesting person now that I'm going to dive a little deeper into. She claimed to make regular visits to the UN in 1995 and 1996 to meet with members of Libya and Iraq, respectively. And in 2000, 4 years after these posts were made, she claimed to have been the victim of surveillance, threats, and attacks after meeting with members of the Libyan government. I think it's also worth noting here that in 2003, the Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi did ultimately claim responsibility for the bombing, which starts to discredit Susan here. It starts to undermine this. So basically, what I want to outline here is that she's going to have a track record of going against the grain and having her own conspiracy theories when it comes to these terrorists or counterintelligence attacks. And then she, in this particular instance, was completely unsubstantiated by the leader of the Libyan government themselves. And so we have an interesting individual on our hands that has been listed by name and by email on these messages. I think it's also interesting to note here that multiple friends and coworkers of Lindauer said that she had, quote, erratic behavior and mood swings. An example of such behavior was when a local merchant once had to seek out an anti-harassment order against her because she continually made phone calls asking the merchant to cast spells on another local newspaper.
What?
Very interesting.
All right. Jeez. Okay.
Very interesting there. And I have just a laundry list of other activities here. I don't want to gloss over them too much because I think that they're interesting and help build out a stronger visual or understanding, I should say, of Susan Lindauer. In 2002, she sent a letter to President Bush where she basically purported herself to be an expert on counterterrorism and peacemaking, that she went on to identify dozens of bombings before they happened with a high degree of accuracy and a number of assassination attempts on world leaders. She also came forward and claimed that she had insider knowledge of 9/11, stating that it was actually, and I'm really distilling this down here, that it was actually secretly a CIA asset that was coordinating these attacks on our own buildings here. In 2004, she was arrested by the FBI for acting as, quote, an unregistered agent of a foreign government. And she's claiming that these arrests were to silence her about 9/11. And then in 2006, she was released, and the judge actually declared her mentally unfit to stand trial, citing that she suffered from a, quote, lengthy delusional history. Now, at this point, there's a lot of sub theories you could make about this person and the topics that she's talking about that maybe could be episodes for another time.
Yeah, she seems like a whole thing in her own.
Yeah, right. But really, like I was kind of hinting at, the main thing I want to put up here is that there are major world events, whether they be terrorist or otherwise, that she is claiming to have deep inside knowledge on. There are other events that she claims to have cut off at the pass because she's so well ingrained. She has a lot of connections everywhere. But you also have other people kind of questioning her sanity, to put it lightly, and her judgment. But I think the real thing that I want to point out here is that she's prolific with how she reaches out to people, right? She's sending letters to the president. She's continually making phone calls to this merchant, that she's very vocal when it comes to how she goes about her business. So that's where it kind of starts to tie back into this mystery at hand. And apparently, supposedly, the Markovian Parallax Denigrate wiki page, once it kind of involved Lindauer and started bringing her to light, supposedly it was taken down immediately after it started to connect the dots here. And that's what this theory starts to build on too, is that, okay, in the wiki page, it starts talking about this Susan Lindauer, and that is when the wiki page was actually officially put up for deletion. I think you can look at the wiki page's history to verify that. Obviously, it wasn't deleted and it still remained, but I think that she's been since removed from that wiki page, right, Christian?
She is still briefly mentioned in the Wikipedia
Still briefly
article.
mentioned. Yeah. Interesting. But ultimately, now that you know a little bit more about Susan Lindauer, and you obviously know about this mystery now, the real connective piece, the real reason why people dove after this person in particular, this Susan, as opposed to any other Susan Lindauer, was because of her history. And so they started painting a vivid image of these messages marked Markovian Parallax Denigrate was her attempt to send coded messages for some reason or another, and that also connects back to her CIA background. But, ultimately when questioned about these postings, Lindauer denied any involvement and said, quote, "I am not the Susan Lindauer who authored the code. Wish I could enlighten you. I'm baffled too." End quote.
Oh, okay. So she was aware of all this and was just like, hey, that's not me. But then again, like, she seemed like she was a little, I don't know. lost in the weeds sometimes.
Mhm. So one last piece to try to continue substantiating it, because I do think that there's something here, there's something of interest with regards to this particular Susan Lindauer and her prolific connections to the CIA or her attempts to connect to the CIA. Either way, what's interesting here, and I kind of foreshadowed this earlier, the name Webb was seen in that famous post that I read earlier. And in August of 1996, that very same month that that post was made and flooded the Usenet, Gary Webb, of the same spelling, released his book, Dark Alliance. And this book was about a CIA operation to traffic cocaine to the US and to allow the spread of the crack epidemic in Los Angeles. Now, I know that that sounds like a bit of a sidebar fact, but really what I want to draw on here is that it's referenced in the post. It's touching on the fact that the CIA does have a bit of a dark history with nefarious behind the curtain activities. And Susan Lindauer herself seems to be a person who is trying to say, hey, I'm the one identifying all the stuff going on behind the scenes. I'm the one who knows all the people in play. I know the reality here. So I don't know if that's just a coincidence or if that is some subtle way to substantiate what's going on here. But that's the last piece when it comes to the secret code, because ultimately what it comes down to it, whether it was a secret code by Susan Lindauer, who might have been a spy, or whether it was a secret code by hackers or whatever have you, the code, if it is that, has yet to be cracked. And that's where we're left today, knowing as much as possible about this mystery, but still very little.
Oh, it's just, man, I would have just seen this as spam and go, that's it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I think what's really tickled people's interest is, again, just how little we know about it. You know, it's a fascinating story. I think it's interesting to hear about spam from the early days of the internet, before we used it in the common way that it is now. But ultimately, you know, I feel like I want to lean back on my own kind of sub theory that falls under the being a Markov chain experiment. You know, I do think that there's something in here that relates, that feels very similar to a computer virus, but with more intent and less malice, right? There's somebody, I feel like, put forth a code, and that code, in order to keep it efficient, was built to basically react on the fly.
Yeah.
I think, to me, that addresses a couple of the things here, such as certain words repeating more than others. Maybe those were the anchoring words with which these whole messages were spawned. I think that the fact that this was a one-day event and never came back and was never talked about ever again anywhere, I think that plays into it, being a small group or an individual who was trying to see what would happen with machine learning. Maybe this is just very early machine learning. And the fact that all the emails that were listed on these messages, whether they were spam or not, or whether they were faked or not, they all have that .edu email address, which puts it, you know, attaches it to educational institutions. So that's kind of where I think of this as. So it feels like spam, but maybe there's some sort of secret behind the scenes purpose, which, again, doesn't have to be nefarious. Maybe it's just, hey, what will happen if I do this? But that's where the interest, I think, lies. I think that's where people's minds start to run wild, is where there's a lot of gaps in the story. And unfortunately with this one, it's just, I don't think we're ever going to fill those gaps. We're lucky to even have some of the original messages as it stands, you know? So with that said, that actually gives me a really good idea, because we haven't been doing this very specifically in each episode. Out of 10, how would you rate this kind of mystery on strength of conspiracy, right? 1 being it's super mundane, just everyday, normal, can be explained away. 10 being this was insane. I have no idea how to explain this. Even with the theories, this is just nuts. How would you put this?
I mean, I'm going to give this one a 2.
Give it a 2?
I feel like this is just not too much of a conspiracy here. I feel like this one is a grasping at straws more so than anything.
I can feel that. I think I would give this a 3. I think there's a little tickling of something in the background, something with this Markovian process or system. I can see that. But beyond that, I think it's just, I don't think there's anything too wild going on here. So I give it a 3.
I don't either. Like we've had some stuff where I'm just like, I don't know what to believe. I could subscribe to all of these different theories, or this is just like insane in the best way.
They try to answer why or what it's after, but sometimes maybe those questions don't even exist. Maybe there isn't a why, you know? And that's going to happen sometimes. Sometimes these mysteries,
No, completely.
you know, we want to explore them as a story, as an event that's happened. And sometimes, you know, we're just human beings. We're going to look at these things as we see them, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I don't know. I don't think there's been a single episode, by the way, that I haven't talked about cookies crumbling. I would love to. I would love to find out. I gotta stop talking about crumbling cookies. But man, I still find it fascinating. I still think it's a really interesting piece of history, especially as like a part of the precursor to the internet. And I'm not saying that this is one of the only or first instances of spam, but it is one of the most intriguing. Since when would you ever be fascinating by an event of spam, right? Or potentially spam?
Yeah. No, for sure. And I think it was interesting in a different way. To be completely honest, it wasn't interesting in the sense of like what we've been used to on this show, but it was different in the sense of like, okay, this is just like really old internet style. And was this spam? Was this more?
But my monkey brain's still in the very back. It's scratching away, trying to say like, I don't know, man. You start talking about the CIA, start talking about all these sort of like, I know who really did this, that, and the other. And you tickle something primal in me, and I want to go after it. But in this instance, I think we can safely leave that piece. And I would love to hear, you guys like to reach out to us, whether in the reviews section on iTunes or on Twitter or on roosterteeth.com, where this also gets uploaded. You guys tend to give us your own theories that we might have overlooked. And I would be really, really fascinated in this one in particular to hear what you guys think, because again, there's so much room for this to be super benign, super simple. Maybe it was spam, or there's, again, a lot of room to read into it. But I would love to hear from those who might have experienced this back in the day, because I know we have listeners from all age groups or from people that have never heard this before. But if you want to leave us a review, like I said, you can go to iTunes, give us a 5-star review. That really helps out the show and gives us a little bit more algorithmic boost, as it were. But if you really want to help us out and you think you got a friend who would love hearing about mysteries and you chat about conspiracies with all the time, give them a shout. Send them our way. See how they feel about it, because the word of mouth is the best way to spread a podcast. And outside of that, we will see you guys next Monday for another mystery. Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
For centuries, there have been stories of a giant ape-like creature seen around the United States, whose existence remains a hot topic of debate. Today, we discuss the stories, theories, and rumors surrounding the most popular cryptid of all time, Bigfoot. This is Red Web.
Yeah.
Oh, crack my knuckles, stretch my arms. I'm excited for another cryptid. I'm Trevor Collins. With me is Alfredo Diaz.
Oh yeah.
And no real gut check on this one. I mean, we're just diving in.
Yeah, I mean, whoo. When you were talking about it, and I was like, I think he's gonna say the big B word.
Yeah, bazooka.
Yeah. Dude, if Bigfoot had a bazooka.
Oh.
Terrifying. Terrifying.
Bigfoot with a bazooka.
What? It's like, why do you have that?
Yeah, but we're diving back into the cryptids. Everybody listening, you guys really resonated with the Mothman episode. Really appreciate the feedback on that one because that was our first foray into a slightly different realm from where we've been on Red Web. And I'm happy to hear you guys were excited about it. So we're diving back into a couple, well, I guess right now, into Bigfoot. And really excited about it. So we're going to talk about the description of Bigfoot. I'm sure many people know about this one, but the description. And then we're going to go into some of the close encounters that people have had, as well as some of the research that has followed up on those encounters. And as always, we'll close out with some major theories. But I do want to start with a bit of a gut check. Fredo, where are you at on the scale of Bigfoot? How are you feeling on it?
So the thing is, I've known of Bigfoot through, like many, just like pop culture.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the interesting thing for me with this episode is going to be like, what's the actual nitty gritty of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, where is Bigfoot located? What's the evidence? All that kind of stuff. Just like non-film type of like info.
Right. Let's get those geo coordinates. Let's get those descriptors. Let's get that photographic evidence.
Oh yeah.
But Bigfoot, he hails a little bit, close to your neighborhood where you grew up, right?
Oh, word?
You were in North California. Bigfoot tends to be from the Pacific Northwest, so there are sightings in the Northern California area. So I was going to say, hey, maybe you've seen them. Maybe you just don't remember. You wiped your memory.
Bigfoot don't want to come around where I was raised. I'll tell you.
Get
Run,
chased out of
Bigfoot! About to get jumped.
Oh no. Oh, you gotta protect Bigfoot. Get that man a bazooka, and you know what? He's a gentle giant with a bazooka.
I mean, you got a bazooka. No one's gonna mess with you.
It's true. But all right, let's dive in. Let's talk about the description of Bigfoot, aka Sasquatch. So like I said, Sasquatches and Bigfoot are kind of synonymous. The names refer very much to the same stories, to the same creatures, but the name Sasquatch, unlike Bigfoot, and we'll get into the etymology of the name Bigfoot, but Sasquatch originates from the Halcomelum Saskek and Salish Seskak, which roughly translate to wild men. J.W. Burns used the word in his articles recounting stories of the creature from the Styles people. So there is a bit of a history with sightings of this creature. Now the creature is said to be anywhere from 6 to 9 feet tall. So we're talking a big boy.
I mean, big on the ladder,
on the human scale, yeah.
I mean, like 6. What if it was 6 to 9? What if they were just 6 foot tall?
Well, yeah, you know what? If they're just 6 foot tall, then I'm like, dude, I want to be friends with you. You're exactly on my level. Put my arm around you. Feel good.
Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, you're like the same size as me.
And it's covered in hair that is either black, brown, or reddish brown. Different encounters with different descriptors. People often describe its palms and its feet as a lighter color as well, and the alleged footprints left by this creature measure upwards of 24 inches long and 8 feet wide? No, 8 inches wide. So, could you imagine?
What? I was like, damn, that's something about Bigfoot. I don't know if that's real or not.
Holy crap. All right, we're leaving that in. What's interesting about the footprints, though, which are 8 inches wide, not 8 feet, they show evidence of scarring, which would be something that you wouldn't necessarily think of if you were to fake this creature. And their big toe is aligned with the other ones, which is very similar to that of a human rather than that of other apes. It makes me think also that the scarring could be from obviously walking around in nature barefooted, or perhaps they use their feet as their primary defense mechanism. I don't really know. But I have a funny image now of a Bigfoot jumping back on its hands, running at you on its hands, feet out, coming at you, toes wiggling. Now that's going to scare you. Now the top of their head has been described as crested, and for kind of like a mental image, it kind of is reminiscent of that of a male gorilla. The Bigfoot has also been seen with large eyes and a pronounced brow, and their eyes are also said to have reflective properties, that they would reflect light much like a cat or an owl if you see them in the night. People who have been near a Bigfoot also recount that they have a foul smell, which, come on, let's not pass judgment. These are giant, humanish creatures out there covered in head to toe in hair. They don't have access to showers, maybe. Maybe they do. I don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Look, I don't venture that far into the woods. Okay.
But I mean, if I was in the woods for a week, I'd reek.
Yeah, it'd be stinky.
Yeah. But what's interesting, and this is something I hadn't really quite heard of, is that some Bigfoot believers say that they communicate through patterned knocking, like knocking on rocks and logs to create a way of communicating, but they also howl and screech and whistle to do the same thing. So there's a lot of there's an implied intelligence there, which I think is both unsettling but also very fascinating.
That just sounds like I don't know. To me, just from what I'm feeling here, if that's how they communicate, how do we not just have evidence of knocking?
Right.
You know, if they're knocking and banging on things to communicate, then they're probably heard from a great distance or a decent amount. And then at that point, especially nowadays, why doesn't someone just whip out a phone and just go, "Hey, I'm hearing this weird knocking
Whip
sound."
out a phone. That's what I'm saying. You know, everyone's got a computer in their pocket with a nice HD quality camera in there. Let's just you and I and the task force just get out there, you know, spend a couple nights in the woods, you know?
Yeah, and I'll be in the secure van.
Yeah, you'll be right in front, human shield style. You'll be carrying that phone. You'll like
human shield. Well, we'll see. That's yeah.
Well, I meant it the wrong way. I meant the brave leader.
Yeah. No.
But no, you're right. Like if they're howling and screeching and whistling and banging, you know, you would think that you would have more evidence in that regard. And I don't, not to get ahead of ourselves, but I don't know of a lot of popular encounters that kind of focus in on that stuff. But it is interesting though. I think the takeaway really is the communication, the intelligence therein. But also, it is believed that they have unexplained structures that they make from twigs that are twisted together, tree limbs, tufts of hair, things of that nature, and they believe that these are created by Bigfoot. In fact, a group of folks from Washington that study Bigfoot, this group is called the Olympic Project, they believe these structures could be nests. This is where maybe Bigfoot creates its habitat, or this is where it kind of gets shelter, because clearly, this entity needs to live somewhere.
But if it's just like, what? They're acting like they got a whole neighborhood going on, right? Like Sasquatches and Bigfoot, like they got a hood, and it's just like, how have we not seen them or have any type of? Why is it that every time someone has some type of quote unquote evidence of a Sasquatch, it's like the grainiest, most terrible quality of anything,
right? You're like, okay, there's like, you know, a plaster of a footprint, you know, and again, we'll get into all this other stuff, but like, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there. I think you're already broadcasting it, but like, I'm really fascinated by the idea of a Yeti or a Sasquatch. In fact, I did a report. I had to memorize like a 3-page report back in 6th grade and all about the Yeti. So I've did this. I've been there. It's very fascinating, but I just can't help but think like this is a big creature, you know, where's it at? Where are you hiding? And we'll kind of get into that, but that's always been what's been on the back of my mind. When I hear these stories, I'm like, how do you hide something like that? You know,
especially if there's more than one, like I said,
a society of them.
You know, the what is it, the Academy or whatever that studies Bigfoot? Like, where is this hood at? Like
the Academy.
What are you talking about?
We're Bigfoot people. They flash a badge. It's just hair on a wallet.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, maybe that's their jurisdiction. Like the task force is, you know what I mean? That's where we get task force goes out into the forest, starts doing our investigating, and all of a sudden, you know, crossing jurisdictions in here.
Yeah.
And the Academy comes going, whoa. This is our turf.
Yeah, we just disappear overnight. No one ever knew. I mean, I think you need a permit to get up in their area, but
I don't like to think our task force is stronger than that.
Yeah, you know, probably. I think if you took every single Bigfoot believer, you know, the active researchers, and piled them all into a group, I think the task force could, you know, outnumber and outmuscle. Yeah. 10-1. The North American Bigfoot is primarily seen in the Pacific Northwest, like I mentioned earlier, but there have also been sightings reported in every state in the United States. Just makes me think of my old stomping grounds in Indiana. I'm just picturing a Bigfoot. Listen, it's a very flat state. There's some forest down south, but where I'm from, it's flat. It's cornfields as far as you can see. And I'm just picturing this tall thing poking its head up out of the fields, stomping through the corn. it's a goofy image. I don't know what this creature would be doing out there. You know, maybe he's just trying to like diversify his food intake. Maybe try to get some corn over here, walk his way back, get some Idaho potatoes, then head back up into Canada. But I don't know. It's, you know, it's a cultural phenomenon, at least. The fact that every single state has claimed to see this creature.
Getting around like that?
I love it.
Man, come on. I was sitting here thinking like, all right, here we go. Like now I'm going to get some type of like, I don't know, maybe anything.
Crumb.
Now it's like Bigfoot's traveling. Bigfoot's on vacation. What?
He's getting frequent flyer miles. He's out here stomping around.
What in the hell are we talking about?
This is the most incredulous episode I think we've had, and I'm here for it. You know, sometimes you just got to lay it out on the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's being laid out all right.
I do just want to say it's worth noting the idea is that Bigfoot is a species and not a singular creature.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like we're talking about like Sasquatches, and I'm just like, all right, now this is just ridiculous. Like it's just a family traveling and no one's seen them.
Okay. For the sake of comedy, I love the idea of a singular Bigfoot or a Bigfoot family. You know, Mr. and Mrs. Bigfoot walking around with their kids, traveling the states, sightseeing and everything. But it's true. They're considered, Bigfoot is a species. Bigfoot is the plural for, it's not big feet, I don't believe. But, you know, so they could, yes, spread out and habitate across many states. But for the comedy of it, I do like the image of it being one single, like Mr. Bigfoot walking around.
Mr. Foot.
Mr. Foot. And frequently these sightings of this creature tend to be at night, leading many to believe that Bigfoot are in fact nocturnal, unlike that of many other ape species who tend to be awake in the day and sleep at night. Now, what's also interesting, and what actually to me historically builds a little bit on this story, is that there are many other parts of the world that have descriptions and sightings of a very similar creature. Now, this isn't necessarily physical evidence, but it does fit the history of human beings and the way we spread around the globe as we know it to this day. So to me, there is something to this. For example, go ahead.
I'm just saying, as if it's gonna get even more ridiculous. So you're telling me Bigfoot's out here like Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide. You know what I'm saying? Just like traveling the globe.
Yeah, man. Okay, no, he's not traveling the globe. Okay, there are other species.
No, I get what you're saying, but just to me, it's just one Bigfoot traveling.
You know, John Idaho isn't Alfredo Diaz, you know, and Bob England isn't also Alfredo Diaz.
To me, it's just one Bigfoot just traveling around.
You know, he's like, I'm just picturing now like a real stealth Bigfoot. He's hunched down, he's looking around, he's like, all right, now. And he and his family skirt across the docks as they dive into the nearest cruise ship. And then like they kind of just hunker down in the bottom near the engines and the furnaces and stuff. And they're like, all right,
next place.
Just lay low. You know, we brought our foodstuffs, and they're eating whatever they eat. And then they make their way to Australia, and they're like, boom,
family vacation.
we're out here now.
Globetrotters, man. That's okay.
You know, they're getting around. They're seeing the sights.
I'm just loving this because all right.
You know, what if Bigfoot were a species of prankster, right? That they're actually much more intelligent than we are. Maybe they got some sort of like hollow earth base. They're living deep under our feet. They got, you know, you guys get the surface, we get everything inside. The volume of the earth vastly outnumbers the surface area of the planet. So they've got like all these machines. Maybe they got, I don't know, futuristic flying machines. Like maybe these are the folks that were from Atlantis, and they come up every now and then. They pop up onto the surface and they'll be like, I'm going to take off my clothes and I'm going to streak in the woods. And then I'm going to get one of these hikers to be like, there he is.
Oh my God, Bigfoot.
And then I'm going to teleport back. And I'm going to get him. And I'm going to make news.
Super advanced.
And then Mr. and Mrs. Bigfoot, you know, they crinkle the newspaper. They put it down. You know, Papa looks over his glasses and says, son, you did it again, didn't you? You went up to the surface.
You're embarrassing me.
You're embarrassing the family name.
Kind.
Your feet aren't nearly big enough to be leaving evidence like that.
I know the hierarchy is based on how big the foot is.
But let's dive back in. Let's dive back into the global stories, all right? So in the Himalayas, as I kind of touched on before, there is what is known as the Yeti, another hairy ape-like creature that resides up into the mountains. In Indonesia, they have the Abu Gogo, which is physically very similar, but it's noted to be much quicker, like a fast runner, and has its own language. In Australia, they are known as the Yowie, and they are also described as a large ape-like creature, with some accounts describing them as shy, while other accounts are calling them more aggressive. Which makes sense, you know, they got a lot of aggressive creatures over there, but then you got things like the huntsman spider. It looks terrifying, but it's also quite shy, quite chill.
But so terrifying.
But
It's so terrifying.
To me, still very terrifying, yes. But ultimately, it's theorized that all of these creatures are the same or at least similar species to one another, and that maybe over time that they have traveled around the world and had slow evolutions that kind of just changed physical features, but they are in fact the same kind of species, much like humans, really. But that's kind of the download of all we know physically about the Bigfoot, because without any further evidence, you know, that's all we're gonna have. But let's dive into the encounters. Let's dive into some of these mid-century stories of people that have seen this creature in action. So long before this creature was known as Bigfoot, there were sightings and stories of a very similar creature in the Pacific Northwest. The Lummi have stories that describe Semekwes, which is a very similar creature to Bigfoot. There were stories that spread in the area of Mount St. Helens about skookums, which were characterized as much more dangerous and even cannibalistic. In addition to the stories of the skookum, there was a violent altercation in 1924 with miners that apparently got into a scuffle with what they called as an ape man. That's all they knew what to call it as. This led to that area becoming known as Ape Canyon. And you know, this raises an interesting theory in my mind. If we haven't found any evidence of these creatures outside of footprints and maybe some hair or whatever, maybe they're lodgings. Maybe they're just eating each other all the way down to the bone. Maybe they're just like, they eat each other whole.
Oh, that's interesting.
Just gobble them up, just digest the bones, nothing to see here.
Damn. I mean, that's pretty brutal. Where are the droppings, though? Like,
Well, that just turns into dirt. I mean, but let's be real. If you're walking in the woods and you see a pile, are you going to be like, let's test this for Bigfoot? Or are you just going to be like, don't step in it?
well, I mean, the academy, right?
The Academy. The Olympic Project?
Oh, is that the? Let's keep calling them the academy.
I like that name. I'm going to phone them up and be like,
wrote
you
it.
guys,
Yeah.
you guys need a name change. The
The
Pacific
Academy
Academy. Yeah, I mean, like, you know what? Any feces that I find just laying about, I'm gonna
get
I'm gonna
tested.
bag up, tag up, and send up, and be like, Academy, phone me up when you find something. Like, let me know what you get out of this.
Give me partial credit here.
They're gonna get a lot of human and dog feces. All right. The same year that altercation went down with what could be the skookum, lumberjack Albert Ostman was in British Columbia on vacation. While he was sleeping, a Sasquatch kidnapped him.
What?
I'm trying to say it with a straight face here, but whether it's true or not, it's still a bit of a chuckle here. He was carried in his sleeping bag. Like a man traveling with a bag on a stick, Bigfoot swept him up in the sleeping bag, carried him within that for 3 hours, brought Ostman to its family of 3 more creatures, and they fed him what he described as sweet-tasting grass. And then Ostman, in turn, fed the largest creature there, some smokeless tobacco, which made it sleepy, which allowed him to escape and be able to tell this story to this day. I'm picking up on some generosity here. I think these are little sweet beans. Might be a bit strange to be abducted in the night, but like, you're taking me to your place, you're letting me meet your family, I'm eating some sweet grass.
What a story.
It's a very interesting story.
Huh.
But I feel like, personally, maybe this is fueled by this ape man altercation from earlier that year. It's hard to know. Very much like the Mothman stories, right?
Swoop them up and took them and fed them.
For 3 hours. How do you know to get back? Where are you?
But also, like, what if they're like if they are advanced?
Mm-hmm.
What was the point of that?
It's true. If they are advanced, why?
Yeah.
But I mean, like, you could also then say, like, it's interesting that none of these sleeping bag scoop ups happened now that people have cell phones. But we will kind of address some of these, the other stances in the theories. There are some interesting counterpoints as to where some of these Bigfoot theorists kind of land and why they think that, anyway. There's some interesting counterpoints, and we'll talk about those later.
Okay.
But in 1941 now, so this is almost 2 decades later, around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, Jeannie Chapman's son frantically told her that a cow was running out of the woods near Ruby Creek in California. So Jeannie then went outside to say, okay, what's going on? She quickly saw what she thought was a bear, and she realized that it was actually a large, hairy man, or at least that's how she described it. This creature was covered in brown hair, and the skin on its hands and face were dark. As the man came closer to her and her children at the cabin, she told her son to get a blanket and hide himself and the siblings behind it. So now, like, they're not just sitting under it in the house. They're basically backing out of the house. The son is holding up a blanket so as to kind of just block all of them, I think, except for the mother. Because Jeannie was assuming that whoever this creature was, whatever it was after, that it might be after her kids. So her instinct is, hey, I got to protect my kids.
What?
So they back out of the house, they back out of sight, they kind of stay away.
Bigfoot's after kids?
Maybe. I think
That's
this is just motherly instinct.
That's an interesting assumption.
I think I would just try to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, I would just assume like either wants nothing to do with us or everything to do with all of us, not just like, oh, that big hairy man, he's here for the kids.
Right. It's not Slender Man.
Yeah.
But also, when you think about it, you think about a lion coming after gazelle. They're not necessarily going for the biggest and strongest. They're going for whichever one looks the smallest or looks the weakest or
True.
falls out. And so, if this entity's coming up out of the woods and is big, can be mistaken for a cow or a bear or something, you're probably not going to want to tussle with it. And it probably knows I can nab that little creature
Right.
and knock this like medium-sized creature out of the way. So that's probably where she was at. She's like, listen, let's just put you behind this blanket. Let's back over here, get out of the way. And then she describes this creature as entering the house, kind of fiddling around, making a mess, and taking things from their home. The Chapmans then stayed outside. They watched it move into a storage unit that they had where the food was kept. And what's interesting is that this shed, this storage unit, was reinforced to be bear-proof. So I don't know how this creature busted its way in. In fact, if it was a bear and maybe the bear-proofing, the reinforcement wasn't strong enough, I don't know. But eventually, Jeannie's husband got back home about 2 hours later, I'm assuming returning from work just based on this being towards the end of the day, and he said he saw huge human-like footprints outside the cabin.
Man. So I mean, I don't think that this was, I don't believe it. But so to me, it's just like either this person really made it up or they trashed their own house to,
Yeah.
follow along with this story. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, and I think the point to really grab onto here, regardless of how real or not real it is that this is probably one of the first instances where we're hearing somebody say, I thought it was a bear. And then they then said, no, it was probably a Bigfoot of some sort. Normally it's the other way around where someone's like, I think I saw Bigfoot. And then people come forward and say, well, maybe it was a bear. Maybe. So this almost lends credence to the story, but almost lends credence to the story of it actually then being a bear or something.